hearing, please email it to specialmagistrate@fortlauderdale.gov. If you are not the property owner, please ensure we have received your power of attorney to speak on behalf of the owner. For those in our virtual hearing room, you are currently in attendee mode. When your case is called, we will promote you to panelists into the hearing room. At that time, we will ask you to unmute your device and start your video to be sworn in. If you hear your case called and you are not brought into the hearing room virtually, please utilize the raise hand function and our moderator will assist you. Please do not use the raise hand function for general questions. Once your case is complete, you may log out of the hearing. Please ensure you are in a quiet area free from distractions and are logged into one device only. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Please stand. Welcome to the special magistrate hearing for December 9th, 2021. If you wish to speak, please raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Good morning. Our first case is on page 38. A hearing to impose fines, Inspector Gustavo Caracas. Case number CE 20121077. Case address 806 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner Nest Paper Industries LLC in care of Shalom Andrewshire. This case was first heard on 3/25/21 to comply by 4/4/21, 4/15/21, and 4/24/21. Suspended 6/24/21 to 7/29/21. Two sections complied at $50 per day, $6,350 accrued. Three sections complied at $25 per day, $5,925 accrued. A total of $12,275 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, case number CE 20121077, located at 806 Northwest 8th Avenue. This case first came before Special Master on March 5th of 2021, where evidence was presented and the magistrate found for the city. These violations were first cited on December 31st of 2020, and a total of 13 re-inspections were made to the property. There were conversations by phone and in person with the property owner. During these conversations, the status of the violations and corrective actions were discussed. I'm happy to say that we have compliance since 7/29. And the owner of the property is actually here with us, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Mayor Andrewsier.
Hey, can you pull the mic down a little?
Good.
Yeah, that's fine.
My name is Mayor Andrewsier.
Okay.
At this point, we're doing whatever we can to maintain the property up to the standard. We're a small business. It's me, my brother, my father. $12,000 is a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
And
Why did it take so long to pick up trash? And
it was a little bit more than that. There needed to be some resurfacing. We are a distributor. We're a wholesale distributor, and we were getting bombarded with incoming shipments, and there wasn't enough time, and it was just difficult for us. But it's taken care of now.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, the picture is not on here, but the owner of the property is actually reoccurring again with these violations on, just this week, there's, cars are now being parked again, the grass is not being cut, and there's actually miscellaneous trash in front of the property again. So this is, it's becoming a reoccurring situation again. The city's asking for the full amount, Your Honor.
Right now, the status of the property is there is no trash. There are no derelict vehicles. Everything is clean. I have pictures from this morning, from yesterday. I'm happy to show you. Everything is clean. We're working with the property management company to now maintain the grass that we had to put in, and keep the property up to standards.
This appears to be a recurring problem, and that makes a difference, because it's one thing to clean up the property temporarily, and then you fall back into a problem.
I understand.
Okay.
we're not, obviously, I'm not looking to fall back into the hole. All my neighbors are car shops. I don't have any derelict vehicles on the property. I can only do so much to keep the neighbors off. I tell them every day, I'm gonna tow you, I'm gonna tow you. If a tow truck comes, they're outside working, they jump in the car, they move it. So I only have so much, so much control to keep derelict vehicles off the property. I understand, the grass and the trash, and those are things I'm cleaning up consistently. The trash does not belong to me. I don't litter on my property. When the trash that's collected on the streets, I'm towards the end of the block, right next to a drain. The trash floats up every time it rains, and I'm the only property on the block with grass, and it all gets caught on the grass and stops on my property. I'm doing whatever I can to keep the place clean.
Okay, anything else from the city?
Just to add, Julio Davila, co-compliance supervisor, as the co-compliance officer mentioned, we did re-inspect the property after it had come into compliance at one point on December 6th. And though we don't have those images for you, the property did recur and those violations repeated themselves, for which we're going to be bringing forth a separate case as a repeat violation. So that's why we're seeking the full amount, because even after all of this and the compliance dates and coming into compliance, the property owner, still recurred, it still repeated itself. So we are asking for the full amount.
Okay, all right. I will impose a fine of $9,500.
Is there any way you could reconsider?
That's the best I can do on a recurring situation, sir. It's unfortunate, but regardless of who's putting the trash there or how it's getting there, it's got to be picked up, and you've got to maintain your property. And, it seems like the only way that I'm going to get compliance is to show you we mean what we say, okay? All right, thank you very much. Next hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 48. A hearing to impose fines, Inspector Bovary-Xantis. Case number CE 21030814. Case address 1719 Northwest 18th Street. Owner Bernard Jackson and Christine Jackson. This case was first heard on 6/24/21 to comply by 8/26/21. Suspended 9/30/21 to 10/10/21. One section not complied at $50 per day. $4,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis, on behalf of the City of Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21030814, property address 1719 Northwest 18th Street. This case came twice before the special magistrate, once in June 24, 2021, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and we appeared before the special magistrate on September 30th, 2021, and property owner was granted an extension of 10 days to comply with all violation. At this time, the property remains in violation. The city is requesting the full fines to be imposed and fines to continue to be accrued until property is brought to compliance.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Bernard Jackson.
Okay, why are we having such a problem bringing this property into compliance?
Your Honor, the last time I was here in June, I asked him what is the matter. He said, all I need to do is pick up the cans and them from around on the property, right, which I did, clean it up, everything. That's what I have there, right? I have there because I have a little disability with my hand, and I can't work as usual, so sometimes I get to the work home, I work under it. You know what I mean? Sometimes my grandchildren come, we stay outside under it and relax, because where they live in a condo and the house inside. So sometimes they're glad to come by me, you know what I mean, so that we can go outside and That is all. I don't have nothing, literally, when I have anything on it there, you know what I mean, it's maybe I'd have a little work doing so that I can pay my bills. My hands is not like before. I have a disability with my right hand. So most people doesn't hire me because of my right hand. You know what I mean? So some people give me a little work for me to do. I do them right hand there, do a little painting, little varnishing, you know what I mean, so that I can pay my bills. That's all I have that day for. And my grandchildren will come.
Yeah, sir, I'm not trying to discourage you from enjoying your property with friends and family, but you are not permitted to store this stuff outdoors.
No, I doesn't have anything stored outside, man.
I'm looking at a picture that says different.
What I have stored outside? I have nothing stored outside.
Okay, what I'm going to do is impose the fine, and it will continue to run until you bring the property into compliance, and then you are going to have to come back and address the fines another time, okay?
Okay, just tell me what I have stored outside, and I'll just clean it up. That's all. I don't have nothing stored outside. I have nothing.
Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Jackson was clearly explained from the 2 times the case has been to a hearing, and he was explained which were the violation and which violation that needed to be corrected.
Okay, all right, that's my ruling. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, if you can just tell me what I have to just, you know, keep it intact.
Yeah,
That's,
speak to him and see that once and for all we can get it resolved, and then you can come back. All right, next hearing.
Our next case is on page 57, a hearing to impose fines on a citation. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 21080713, case address 132, I'm sorry, that's the wrong case. It's case number CE 211-00304, case address 736 Northeast 16th Street, owner Claude Franklin Tice. The property was cited on 10/14/21 to comply by 10/29/21. One section complied at $200 per day, $5,000 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly presenting case CE 211-00304 for property located at 736 Northeast 16th Street. This property was issued a citation on October 14th, 2021, and given 15 days to correct the following violation. 15-272.A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remains according to a pre-hearing inspection that was conducted on December 8th, 2021, and no appeal was filed. The city is requesting the fines be imposed or continue to run.
Okay, I have this on my agenda as complied. Is this the bottom case? Yeah, at the bottom. It's not in compliance?
It's not, it is? Okay, it is complied, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yes, Claude Tice.
Okay, sir, did you file an appeal or request for administrative hearing in this?
Well, really, I'm from Texas. I didn't really know what to do. So to make a long story short, I happened to be here visiting my daughter, and I saw the paperwork on the building, and we had hired a gentleman to do the Airbnb. And so I didn't really know. I mean, I'm not saying it's that, you know, I should have known, but I thought we were doing everything okay. I mean, I didn't really know.
I'm going to take a minute now to explain these citation cases so that you and everybody here understands. The citation cases, they don't give me much discretion in these matters. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you do not ask for an administrative hearing or file for an appeal, then you're only here so that I can impose the fine. They don't even give me discretion on how much the fine is.
Right.
So the city does, however, have a lien reduction process that you can avail yourself, in which I can listen to some
Right.
of the
Okay.
extenuating circumstances and maybe give you some relief there. But at this level, if you haven't requested an appeal, there's nothing I can do but impose the fine.
Right. Well, the only other thing I was going to say is they were very helpful. You know, we didn't really know what all to do, and so I came from Texas, and we started doing everything. And I think we did everything. It took a little while to do everything other than the fact that it was being advertised, which I didn't know And that was, I think, the problem more than anything else.
Yeah, it is a problem with these vacation rentals, because once it's put up, sometimes it's hard to get down.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, like I said, they don't give me any discretion unless, you didn't get, the service, there was a mistake in service or something like that.
Okay,
So, for everybody here that has a citation case, if you haven't filed for an appeal, I'm just really here to impose the fine, but you do have a remedy. I don't give legal advice. You may have more than one remedy, but there is a lien reduction process you can go through.
okay.
So I'm going to impose the fine, and
Good.
good
Okay.
luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 26. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE21090523, case address 427 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner City Flats LLC. The property was posted on 11/16/21 and posted at City Hall on 11/24/21.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning.
Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21090523 for the property located at 427 West Sunrise Boulevard. Inspection of the property was performed on September 20th, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 9-305B, the landscape at the property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280B, there are building parts which is deteriorated and not maintained, including but not limited to the soffits. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and its swale. 47-20.20.H point, complied. 47-19.4.B.1, there's a dumpster at the property that is not stored properly. When not a curbside for collection, the dumpster must be positioned on a hard surface pad located behind the building line with the smaller side of the container facing the public right-of-way. The courtesy notice was issued and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA first-class mail on September 20, 2021, allowing for 30 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the tenant and with the property representative. Special magistrate request form sent on October 25th and scheduled for today's special master on November 10th. Pre-hearing inspection was done on December 6th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the following violations have not been brought into compliance. The city is requesting the following: 35 days to come into compliance for all of the violations, or a $50 fine for each of the violations that exist. The photos are submitted into record for evidence. The representative for the property is present with us today, ma'am.
Okay, what is the city's request?
35 days for each of the violations that exist, or a $50 fine for each of the violation.
Okay, thank you. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Andre Sagdeev, I'm the property manager for City Flats LLC.
Okay, sir, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
I am. I just asked for 60 days because you need a permit for the dumpster enclosure, and you need architectural drawings and so forth. And I think I need more than 35 days to get that done.
Okay, city have any objection to giving him more time on the dumpster?
City does not object, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so we'll give you 63 days on the dumpster and 35 days for the remaining.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
You're dismissed, thank you.
No, that's the property owner that just left actually has two more cases with different addresses. Our next case is on page 22. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE21080428, case address 1234 Northeast 15th Terrace, owner Community Properties LLC, property posted 11/14/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 210-80428, property address 1234 Northeast 5th Terrace. This property was initially inspected on August 14, 2021 by Inspector Emmons, and the following violations were observed. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside non-covered electrical meter box. 9-276C3, there are rodents, vermin, or other pests at this location. 9-308B, there is debris, trash, or other elements which is not permitted on the roof. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts including fascia and soffits are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 18-12A, there is trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and/or swell. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-314, complied. 18-4C, complied. Subsequent inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, December 8, 2009, and the following violations remain. 9-208B, 9-280G, 9-276C3, 9-308B, 9-306, 18-12A, 9-305B, as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $100 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
Sir, your name again for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. My name is Andras Bleich, and I'm the property manager, and no objection.
Okay, this really looks like a bad situation for those people living here. You going to bring this property in compliance within 35 days?
Yes.
Okay. 35 days or $100 a day thereafter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
On page 9, for Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero, is our next case. Case number CE 210900803, case address 500 Southwest 18th Avenue. Owner, Goran Dragoslavic, property posted 11/10/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city. I'm presenting case number CE 21090803 for the address located at 500 Southwest 18th Avenue. Retired Inspector Jordan first inspected this residential property on 10/2/2021 following a resident complaint. The following city code ordinance violations were found and cited by him. 9-305A, there is a grow landscaping material along with accumulation of leaves encroaching upon the public right-of-way, overgrown plants encroaching onto the sidewalk. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. The lawn and soil are in poor condition. There are bare, muddy areas throughout the property and soil. 9-280H1, the wooden and chain link fences of this property are in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. The chain link fence is broken, poles missing, wooden fence falling apart, and the chain link fence is encroaching onto the sidewalk. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parked on the grass lawn area. A derelict gray colored car and a red trailer is on the soil. The driveway has cracks and holes and is not well paved and in dustless conditions. 47-34.1.1, there is illegal land use occurring at this single family resident RSA zone property. There are items being stored outdoors on the property, including car parts and miscellaneous items stored outdoors throughout the property. 18-1 point, there is a violation of this property and is creating a public nuisance and is being maintained in a such a manner that the property is or may reasonable treating and endanger the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely affect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. There are items under the carport, including car parts, a derelict vehicle, and a cover over the carport entrance from the driveway. 9-80B, there is debris, trash, or another elements which is not a permanent part on the roof. The edge of the roof is stained and dirty. 18-12A, there is overgrown trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its soil. There is overgrown plants and trash, rubbish, and debris present on this property. The posting mail as a legal document has been done by Department Protocol. I spoke with property and residents. They complained that the owner has been very negligent in reference to these code violations and the dwelling condition. They told me they will vacate the property ASAP. BCPA records reveal is no changes in the ownership since 4/22/2005, and the property is not homestead. A pre-hearing re-inspection on Tuesday, 12/7/2021 of this week reveals that the violation remains as depicted in the pictures. Some compliance progress, but not in full compliance yet. The city is recommending 49 days to come into compliance or $100 a day to begin to accrue for each violation thereafter.
Sir, state your name again for the record.
My name is András Vlajc, and I'm the property manager.
Okay. Are you going to bring this property into compliance within 49 days?
Yes, but we need a little bit more time. We gave a 30-day notice for the tenant to vacate because he didn't let us in the property. He put a lock on the fence, so we couldn't enter the property. We gave them, legally, we have a right to enter. We gave them, 1 day notice. So we need to enter the property to make, what we have to do. Because of the lock, we couldn't enter the property. So we couldn't take care of that. As you can see on one of the pictures, on the left-hand side, there is a wooden, fence leaning against the neighbor's fence. That belongs to the tenant. It doesn't belong to us. And we didn't pull a permit to replace it, so that's just standing there, leaning towards the neighbor's fence, so the tenant needs to remove it. So we have to evict the tenant, since we gave him the notice on October 28th to move out at the end of November. He didn't move out, so we have to evict the tenant, and hopefully we can get it done as soon as possible. Also, I ordered the grass 4 weeks ago, which arrived finally yesterday, 3 pallets of grass. So right now it's sitting outside on the swell. So it's going to be installed hopefully today if we can get also access to inside the property. But the evictions, it takes more than 45 days, especially before Christmas. I know that they don't do it. So if we can get 60 days to comply, I would appreciate that.
Any objection to more time?
We're going to steal until 49 days, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to start with the 49 days, and then if you run into a problem, you could contact the inspector and, maybe request an extension, but you need to show some diligence and move the thing along and do as much as you can in the meantime.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 24. Inspector Gustavos Caracas. I'm sorry, on page 25. Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21050919. Case address 706 Northwest 1st Avenue. Owner Blue River Realty LLC. Property posted 11/16/21. Posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale, Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 21050919 for the property located at 706 Northwest 1st Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on May 27, 2021, and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this
Yes.
vacant property and on its swale. This is a recurring violation. This case will be presented to Special Magistrate as a recurring violation for case number CE 210106999, CE 190814425, where it comes into compliance before Special Magistrate hearing. 9-280H1, the chain link fence located on the vacant lot is in a state of disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are areas where the support bar is detached from the chain link and it's rusted. Courtesy notices were issued and mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA on May 28th of 2021, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has not been made until recently with a property representative. Special Magistrate request sent on September 23rd and scheduled for today's Special Master hearing on November 2nd. Pre-hearing inspection was done on December 6th, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting the following: 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence. We have a representative
Yes.
for the owners
Yeah.
here.
Okay,
Just to let you know, Your Honor, this is the first time I have contact with someone in regards to these properties.
okay, all right. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Gloria Preginis.
Okay, do you agree to bring the property into compliance within 35 days? Or
Yes.
face a fine of $50 a day?
Yes.
Okay, so ordered.
Your Honor, I would like to have the owner or the representative to come with me to the properties and be there and let her know what needs to be done, because this has been going on for quite some years already.
Okay. I'm going to request that you speak to him and make an
Sure.
appointment right away, okay?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I think
Additionally, on page 25 is case number CE 210500920, case address 708 Northwest First Avenue, owner Blue River Realty LLC, property posted 11/16/2021, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 210500920 for the property located at 708 Northwest First Avenue. Inspection of the property was performed on May 27th and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there is overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant property and in its swale. This is a recurring violation. This case will be presented into the Special Magistrate as a recurring violation for CE 190-81394, CE 170-70211, whether or not it comes into compliance before the Special Master. 9-280H1, the chain link fence located at the vacant lot is in state of disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are areas of the support bars that are detached from the chain link fence and is also rusted. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owners listed on BCPA on May 28th, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Again, contact has not been made until recently with the property owner or representative. Pre-hearing inspection was done on December 6th of 2021, and pictures presented here are taken to confirm the violations still exist. The city is requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence. Representative is here with us today.
Okay. Please state your name again for the record.
Gloria Preginis.
Okay, and same deal, you're going to bring it
Same.
into compliance 35 days and take better care of your property in the future, or you will be facing fines.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I agree.
We have another case on page 24. Case number CE 210500916. Case address 15 Northwest 7th Street, owner Blue River Realty LLC. Property posted 11/16/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
All right, go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 210500916 for the property located at 15 Northwest 7th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on May 27th and cited for the following violations. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this vacant property and on its swale. This is a recurring violation. This case will be presented to the special magistrate as a recurrent violation for CE 1908139 whether it comes into compliance or not. 9-280H1, the chain link fence located on the vacant lot is in state of disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are areas where the support bars are detached from the chain link fence and they're also rusted. Courtesy notice was mailed to the property owner listed on BCPA May 28, 2021, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Pre-hearing inspection was done on December 6, and pictures presented here are to confirm the violations still exist. City's requesting 35 days to come into compliance or a daily fine of $50 for each of the violations that exist. Photos submitted into record for evidence. The representative of the property is here with us today.
State your name again.
Gloria Pragines.
Okay, and 35 days or $50 a day thereafter?
Accepted.
You understand? Okay.
Accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 49. Inspector Bovrig Xantis, case number CE 21040220. Case address 1011 Northwest 14th Street. Owner Janice and James Houston. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 10/28/21. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day, $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21040220, property address 1011 Northwest 14th Street. This case was first heard on August 26, 2021, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 63 days to correct all violation. At this time, all violation remained, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fine and fines to continue to accrue until the property is brought to compliance.
Sir, please state your name.
James Houston Jr.
Okay, Mr. Houston, why has this property not been brought into compliance?
Well, one reason it haven't been brought into a requirement. I called him and told him I wanted a little bit more time, but I had go in the hospital and had one of my toes amputated off, and I couldn't get out there and started cleaning it up. But I started cleaning it Tuesday this past.
Okay, this has been going on since August. Have you had health problems since then?
Well, I've been, like I'm saying, since I had my toe amputated, I've been back in the hospital 3 times.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, how long do you think it would take you to get the property into compliance?
Well, I started Tuesday, and the stuff, I'm getting it up now, so when bucks over in that area, I would put it outside the road for bucks and stuff.
Okay, so how long do you think it will take to finish the job?
Well, I only can put so much out for a buck. Cause if you put out over 10 yards, well, regardless what you're gonna be charged for.
Your Honor, if I may.
Sure.
Portia Williams, Assistant Director for the City of Fort Lauderdale. If we can please request a 35-day extension, Your Honor.
That's what I was thinking too, okay. All right, sir, I'm gonna give you 35 days and stop the fines during that period to give you a chance to catch up, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And thank you. I'm talking to you. Thank you.
Our next case is on page 47. Senior Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 211-00455, case address 1516 Southwest 25th Street, owners Thomas and Ileana Doherty. The property was cited on 10/15/21 to comply by 10/30/21. 1 section not complied at $200 per day, $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. And no appeal was received for the citation. Good morning, Mr. Doherty. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, representing KCE 211-00455 for property located at 1516 Southwest 25th Street. This property was issued a citation on 10/15/21 and given 15 days to correct the following violation, 15272A. This property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. Violations remains and no appeal was filed. The city is requesting full imposition of fines and continue to accrue.
Okay, where's the property owner?
The property owner is online.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, please state your name for the record.
Thomas Dougherty.
Okay. Has he been sworn in? Okay. All right, Mr. Dowery, I'm going to tell you what I told, repeat what I said before, and that's unless you filed an appeal, there's not much I could do for you here. Did you file an appeal?
No, I did not. But I did all the required documents that were needed.
Okay.
Got them in.
All right, I appreciate that. You know, I guess they're going to have to re-inspect and make sure everything's complied.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may ask the respondent, as of yesterday, I had checked that there was a vacation rental app 211-00060 that was applied for, but the last thing I saw that on 10/28/21, it was rejected because it didn't pay Broward County or the city tax.
Okay, sir, did you hear that?
Yeah, I had to pay. I didn't know that it was out of renewal, so I paid and re-updated the state of Florida and Broward County.
Okay.
And I sent those documents.
So then the last step you would have to take is finish with the city, then it would be sent to our group, and then we would do the final inspection. So I would, if it's going to take you for a while, I would just recommend maybe just taking the act completely down and stop the fines.
Oh, okay. I took I sent all the stuff to the city, all the documents that were required, even the notarized documents.
Okay. Well, I have to impose the fine. It's going to continue to accrue. So, you know, one way you people that have vacation rentals can comply it is just to take the site, the advertisement off Airbnb or wherever you're advertising, and then it'll be complied. So, anyway, I'm going to impose the fine, and you have the right to request leave reduction later on, but you have to bring the property into compliance first.
So what do I need to do? Because I submitted all the documents. The last documents I submitted was on December 1st of the notarization of the sales tax. I don't know what else I need to do.
Call for inspection, right, sir?
They would call into Gabriel in our department and then find out. I will look into it, and I'll put his number, and I'll look into it, and I'll give him a call back also.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate it.
All
You're
right.
welcome, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Have a good day. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 45. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21080924. Case address 3021 Northwest 19th Street. Owner R. Day Fa LLC in care of Family Dollar. Attention Lease Accounting. ST number 30486. This case was first heard on 10/12/21 to comply by 10/19/21. One section not complied at $100 per day, $5,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, Ella.
I'm on. Good morning.
Good morning. We're waiting on James to come into the room. Good morning, James. Can you unmute yourself and start your video? Raise your right hand so you can be sworn in. Good morning. Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning, Ella. Are you speaking?
I am.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting KCE 21080924, reference to property 321 Northwest 19th Street. This case was first heard on October 12, 2021, of which the magistrate found for the city. At this time, the property remains in violation as per the photos depict. Due to the finding, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines to the sum of $5,100, which continue to accrue until the violation has complied.
Who's speaking on behalf of the property owner?
I am, Your Honor. Good morning. Ella Hernandez representing the tenant and the property owner for today's purposes. I have received photos that show the property in compliance regarding the litter. I believe the purpose of the hearing today is specifically litter. So I would ask if a reduction could be allowed only as to the dates when the city, of course, was there. I clearly see photos when the property was not in compliance, but that would be the request that we would have at this point.
Okay, I'm looking at photographs that were taken December 3rd, and it doesn't appear to be the case.
I have photos, Your Honor, and I can, if I were allowed to share my screen, I could show that, and I believe those were taken just a couple of days ago.
Okay, well, at this point, the inspector would have to go out and re-inspect. Is that correct, or can you do it from photos?
Your Honor, I can. The issue here is, and I've spoken to the actual manager over at the Family Dollar, which is the establishment that is currently active on this property. The property manager stated to me, the store manager stated to me that the company sends out a cleaning crew on Tuesdays, and they come out Tuesday morning, and by Tuesday afternoon, the property is completely cluttered with litter again. This is an ongoing issue. It's been happening for a very long time. There's previous cases that have been cited in the past, particularly on this behalf, and therefore having a cleaning crew come out just on one day out of the week and the property continuously looking in complete dilapidated conditions due to all the trash throughout the entire property is not sufficient. They need to have somebody go out there every single day to clean up after all the litter that goes on that property.
Okay. What I'm going to do is impose the fine that continues to accrue, and if when you go out there and re-inspect, it's not in compliance again, then it's going to just continue.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 40. Inspector Brian Lopez. Case number CE 21050861, case address 501 Northwest 8th Avenue. Owner, Andrew Jimenez Revocable Trust, Andrew Jimenez Trustee. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 10/14/21. One section not complied at $50 per day. $2,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Brian Lopez, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the affirmation
Brian,
case.
hold on one second. We have to wait for the respondent to come into the virtual room.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I'm here, thank you.
Good morning, Andrew. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Brian Lopez, Court Officer for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting the aforementioned case and corresponding property. This property was first heard on September 30th, 2021. Violation number 47-21-9M. Sections of this vacant lot has no living ground cover as required. Was ordered to be complied by October 14, 2021. A reinspection was done on December 8, 2021, which revealed the property remains in violation. The city is currently requesting to vacate the previous order and extend 90 days due to city work on the sidewalk.
Okay. Okay. Is the property owner there?
I'm here, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Are you in agreement with that?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so ordered.
And this would be with no fines, correct?
Yes, we'll suspend the fines during that time.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 4. Captain Robert Kersarwich. Case number FC 211-10002. Case address 5320 Northwest 9th Avenue. Owner Deezer Powerline Out Parcel LLC. Property posted 11/19/21. Posted at City Hall 11/24/21. Good morning, Michael. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kersarwich with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office here to present case number FC 211-10002 for the property address of 5320 Northwest 9th Avenue. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1, 4.5.8.6. The fire alarm system has not been tested, inspected, and or tagged in accordance with the code. NFPA 101, 7.10.5.2.1, the exit signs do not illuminate as designed. NFPA 101, 7.9.2.1, the emergency light does not illuminate as designed. And NFPA 1, 13.3.1.1, the fire sprinkler system is in need of service. The property is currently vacant at this time, but code still requires the maintenance and continued maintenance of the fire protection systems in the property. And I guess we have a respondent here today. Let's hear from them first.
Okay.
Hi, Michael Pizzi. I'm the attorney for the Desert family, who's the property owner. This is the old Siemens and the old dirt cheap building. It's an out parcel, and it's been closed. This is an old retail building. It's been closed and vacant. It's been vacant. It's been vacant and closed for many, many years. We have actually scheduled appointments with our alarm and sprinkler and fire people a number of times, and they were scheduled last week, the week before, and they've canceled a couple of times. But I spoke myself when the owner called our vendors and made it clear to them that they need to get out there immediately and inspect and do the inspection on the sprinkler system, certify, re-inspect the alarm, and fix the exit lights. And even though the building's vacant and unoccupied, I've been assured that this is going to be taken care of ASAP. And I spoke with the captain. They were very nice, and we understand that the property has to be upkept, regardless of whether or not it's vacant. And I believe we spoke yesterday and reached an agreement that we would be given additional time to get the alarm company to do the inspections, and that if we complied within that period of time, the fines would not run.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this point, we're requesting 49 days or $100 a day thereafter.
Counsel, are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Our next case is on page 44. Inspector Gail Williams, Inspector Patrice Jolly presenting case number CE 21070162, case address 2070 Northeast 63rd Street. Owner Nancy Elder. This property was cited on 7/22/21 to comply by 7/30/21. One section complied at $200 per day. $3,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation. Good morning, Ms. Elder. Can you please unmute yourself and start your video? Good morning. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly, presenting the case for Senior Inspector Gail Williams for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case number CE 21070162 for the address located at 2070 Northeast 63rd Street. This property was being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. On July 22nd, 2021, the property was advertised for rent as depicted in the photos. The property was given 15 days to comply or 15 days to appeal. The following violation, 15-272.A, was cited and a citation issued. The case complied on August 17th, 2021. No appeal was filed. It is the city's requesting the full amount of fines be imposed.
Okay. Ms. Elder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you file an appeal in this matter?
No, ma'am. I spoke with Miss Crystal, and she said that I needed to go to court first before I could file an appeal and a lien reduction. So I've not done that. I do intend to do that.
I think you're mixing up the appeal with the lien reduction process, ma'am. What you should have done in order for me to review the facts of this case, et cetera, was to file for an appeal or request for administrative hearing. You did not do that. So I have no discretion in the matter but to impose the fine. However, there is a lien reduction process that you can go through, and I can consider any mitigating circumstances.
Okay, I will do that. Absolutely. And I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye-bye. Pardon me, I have the fine, correct, of the $3,400 that I need to pay?
Well, if you choose to file for a lien reduction, there may be a possibility that you will get that reduced. So if you file for that, you won't have to pay that right away. You'll get a hearing on it.
Okay, and Ms. Crystal did send that information to me to file a lien reduction, so that's what I need to do, right, the lien reduction.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, and I so that I just, to be in compliance, I have completed and turned in a vacation rental application.
Yes, we see
And
we see
just waiting for
right now.
the information to come back to me.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
You have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 61. Senior Inspector Dorian Cologne. Case number CE 200900861. Case will be presented by Inspector Anthony Flores. Case address 3022 Northeast 26th Street. Owner Jeffrey Fenster. Case first heard 2/19/21 to comply by 5/11/21. Suspended 5/11/21 to 11/9/21. One section not complied to $50 per day. $1,500 accrued. And this is a request for an extension. Good morning, Michael. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not yet. No, we just were meeting with the engineer and
This is CE 2009-0861. Address is 3022 Northeast 26th Street. This case was heard before the magistrate on February 9th, 2021, and the magistrate ruled for the city. The owner was given 91 days to comply or a fine of $50 a day thereafter. This case was also heard on 5/11/2021, and an additional 182-day extension was given for a total of 273 days of extension. The permit is still out for corrections as of 9/2/2021, and I would like to enter the photos for the record.
Okay. Sir, where is the property owner?
Property owner is actually on his way down to Fort Lauderdale, so he's traveling today. So
I had provided. I'm the contractor. I sold him the property. I'm his authorized agent for the construction with Waterbrook Builders, and so we have an active dock and seawall permit that's currently awaiting Army Corps approval for the intercoastal dock side, which, as you know, is not an immediate process. So that process was started immediately back in February when these violations originated. And just so it's raised in the case again, these violations originated from Mr. Jeffrey Fenster, not from my client, Mr. Bill Resnick. We have been working diligently to correct these violations since my client acquired the property.
Okay, how much time do you think you need?
I think I need, for the seawall component, which is the code violation, I think I need like 120 days to actually complete that work. The Army Corps approval is within the next week or two. So we need 120 days to actually drive the panels and to correct that piece of it.
Good morning, Your Honor. Supervisor Stephanie Bass for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Just a question for the contractor. He said that he put in the permit with in February for the county court engineer.
Not in February, sorry. And I can give you the permit number. It's BLD BDSP 21080046. And that's for the dock and seawall permit that's currently in process. And then there also is, because I'm...
When was that applied for, sir?
Here, give me 1 second. Sorry, here. I want to say sometime in May, but it was once a plan was created. Obviously, you have to create a plan, so we couldn't do that immediately. Once a plan was created, then it was submitted. Give me 1 second. And there's also a new permit for a new residence, and I'll give you that too, because it's part of an overall larger project. So it's not like snap your fingers and fix the seawall. It's, it's part of a larger, operation here. And that is BLD RNC 21100028. And that's a single family residence permit.
So, Your Honor, I'm aware of the current permits that he have with the City of Fort Lauderdale, which is the BLD BDSP 2108. The 2108 would indicate somewhere around August timeframe that these permits were submitted to the city. My question originally was, he was saying that he was waiting on the Corps of Engineering since February.
Yes.
So
yes, it's not February. It's since that submission date, which was on. Let me just find it. Processing status 4/19/2021 was submitted to Sophia Campbell at the city, and so Army Corps needs to approve any dock that goes out into the intercoastal waterway, and we had requested 10 feet for out into the intercoastal, and the final discussions right now are for 6 feet. So we believe we're in agreement and we're there, but again, need time to work that out with Army Corps and to actually do the work. From an actual construction standpoint, within the next week or two, the contractor listed who's doing the work for us, American Seawall, is going to be grading the site, and they'll be pouring the panels. So the work to actually prepare the seawall panels is starting, but obviously we can't put those panels in until the Army Corps approves the plan, the overall plan. So again, that's why I'm requesting the 120 days to allow that to clear and then allow us to actually drive the panels.
So all of that, I understand all of that, and understand the role that the Army Corps of Engineers has in this. My question was originally when he dated back to the February date, because we've given previous extensions on this, equaling up to 200 and something days on this. So it's just the length of time that it's taking for over 200 days to get this complete, Your Honor.
Yeah, and across the canal, they've been in process with CTEC for a year and 2 months. I'm building the house across the street too. That's just getting formed right now. And CTEC started that process a year and 2 months ago. It's a permitting and it's a labor issue, getting the people to go there. But we're on the schedule and we're at the end of the process with the Army Corps, which is, permitting.
Okay. Any objection from the city for the extension?
Honor, I would say.
But again, I think the 120 days will allow us to get the Army Corps to issue that 6 foot, out approval, and for us to proceed with driving these panels. Like I said, in any event, the work to start pouring the panels will begin in the next, in the next week or two.
For the city to respond to the extension.
Your Honor, since he's saying that the Army Corps of Engineers will be done within a week, based on his last statement, I would request 63 days in order to reappear to see where we're at in the process.
I'm sorry. Mine was muted. I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, what we're going to do, because I was thinking the exact same thing, I'm going to give you 63 days in order to reappear. If the Army Corps of Engineers is going to come out with this in the next week, maybe we can speed this up again, but at least you'll have 63 days and then you'll come back and give me a status, okay?
Your Honor, I'd like to correct that. So we can come back before you, Your Honor. I would say 77 days. I'm sorry.
Okay, 77 days.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, yeah. I'll try to have the work done by that point. Okay.
Okay, do your best, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 54. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 20030545, case address 1541 Northwest 5th Avenue. Owner, John Crosby Bertelson IV. Case first heard 6/24/21 to comply by 7/29/21. One section not complied at $25 per day, $3,325 accrued. One section complied at $25 per day, $1,400 accrued. A total of $4,725 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue. Good morning, John. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, John, we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, I do swear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement, presenting case CE 200305545 for property located at 1541 Northwest 5th Avenue. This case was first heard on 6/24/2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 7/29/2021. At this time, 9-305B remains in non-compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines. Fines will continue to accrue until all violations are brought into compliance.
Okay, sir, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
All right. It looks like you have everything complied, but the landscaping, why is that taking so long?
So when all this happened, after I completed everything, there was a woman, I do not remember her name. She came out. I do not remember her date either. Came out and looked, inspected the driveway, all the stuff off the front porch, all the other violations. And she said I was good to go. I had planted a bunch of grass seed, and actually a lot of the bare spots had been fixed. And like I said, I was under the impression that I was signed off on. I talked to Inspector Oakes yesterday about it, and I guess maybe there was a miscommunication on my end. I'm not sure. He told me if I just lay some sod in the bare spots that I'll be good, which I have no issues with. If I knew that it was still under, or still in violation, I would have fixed it just like everything else. I inherited the house 3 years ago when my dad died, and I've just been slowly trying to fix it back up, and just had a baby in the beginning of the year, so it's just it's hard. Plus, we're slow at work lately, so with COVID and all that stuff, we're trying to start picking back up. But it's hard to afford things, you know.
All right. How much time?
Like I'm 25 years old.
How much time do you?
What's that?
How much time do you need, sir?
If I can get until the end of January, that would help me out a lot.
Okay. All right.
And also, if Mr. Oakes can, maybe me and him can set a meeting up on one of his days that he can just come by and maybe just show me what bare spots need to be fixed.
Well, I think I could see them from the pictures, what bare spots. If a bare spot is a bare spot, so, fix it.
Okay. Okay, no problem. I will.
All right. Any objection to 42 days?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, 42 days. We'll suspend the fines during that time.
Do I have any fines as of now?
Yes. Well, you're going to get an order in the mail, and it'll tell you, when the date runs.
Sorry, I lost you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Bye.
I lost you for a second. Hello.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Our next case is on page 33. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 211-00954. Case address 1818 Southeast 10th Street. Owner Barbara Hutchings and James Hutchings Estate. This property was cited on 10/29/21 to comply by 10/29/21. Two sections complied. A total of $15,300 was fined, and the city is requesting full amount, but this is an appeal. And we have someone online. Give me one moment.
Go ahead. Someone else is joining us.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You can go ahead, yes.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 211-00954, property address 1818 Southeast 10th Street. This property was initially inspected on October 29, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 47-34.1.A.1 complied. There's illegal land use occurring at this property. Unlawful, unlicensed commercial use within a residential zoned area. In violation 26-237, it was complied. Failure to obtain City of Fort Lauderdale parking permit and/or authorization for valet service. Additional inspections were conducted by Inspector Murray, Senior Inspector Colian, and myself, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, December 4th. And all violations have been complied as depicted in photos. The city is requesting the full amount and fines to be imposed.
Good
morning, Magistrate Flynn. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Ben Olive, Christy Armada, from the law firm of Olive Judd on behalf of the landowner. Just because we have a court reporter, I just wanted to make sure that we are clear, Judge Flynn, that as you mentioned earlier, this is and I think it was 736 Northeast 16th Street, that this is a different type of a case. This is a citation case that falls under different rules, different procedures than most of the others that we've heard from today.
Yes.
And I just wanted to confirm, because of that, we are operating under the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement City Code of Ordinances, Chapter 11, specifically Article 4, relating citation violations. I just want to make sure that we agree that that is what we are operating under.
As long as you filed for the appeal or request for administrative hearing, then I'm willing to hear any circumstances that involved in this.
Okay, okay.
And Your Honor, if I could, for the record and for the benefit of the court reporter, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. Of course, all the citations are under that code section, and it's clear from the agenda and from all the participants, I believe, that this appeal was indeed filed.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure,
We're all clear,
I
Counsel.
want to make sure we're clear that
Gotcha.
that there are two things, that the landowner filed the appeal,
Uh-huh.
and two, that we're operating, because it's a citation, specifically under the citation violation procedures in Article 4.
Yes, I believe that's what the city attorney said, and I
Okay.
agree.
Okay, terrific. So, that being said, a little bit of history is important, and it is certainly the landowner's position, Magistrate Flynn, that there was no violation. Specifically, a little bit of the timeline is telling. What happened here, and we can call a variety of witnesses that are all here today, but I will proffer what we will be able to establish, and specifically that on Thursday, the Thursday previously, Senior Code Compliance Officer Dorian Kaloian, if I'm saying that name correctly, was called to the property, walked the property, saw met with everyone on the property, informed code compliance, the Senior Code Compliance Officer, that there was no violation. There was no commercial use taking place. There was an event, but there was no, it was the determination, there was no money exchanging hands, there was no for-profit enterprise, and that there was no violation. Okay. That being said, and I didn't hear Mr. Oakes tell us that, in fact, his colleague, who I take it by title, is more senior, that made the determination that there was no violation. That wasn't said by Code Compliance in the presentation, but I do want you to know that did happen, and Dorian can tell us that, in fact, came out, and when we did a public records research search request, specifically, there was
What was going on at the property at the time?
there was a boat show event. There was nothing for sale, nothing whatsoever being paid for. There was no entrance fee, etc., that had anything to do with any commercial use.
They were providing valet services?
There was a valet service that did not charge. That, by the way, that also was Dorian's position, which he shared with Portia Williams. He also shared that with Julio Davila, and in fact determined that there was no violation of the two ordinances that we are being cited for today.
Did
Your
this happen
Honor, if I
one
could?
day?
I'm sorry?
Did this happen on one day, or?
The violation, the citation, they came out Thursday. Determined there was no violation. I see in the public.
This event, how long did it last?
To my knowledge, it was certainly Thursday and Friday.
Okay.
And Thursday, as I indicated, and I can present it to you, Ms. Flynn, it is an email that is in the city record dated Friday, October the 29th, 2021, where Bill Schultz from the Fort Lauderdale Police Department copied and pasted a text to Portia Williams and Julio indicating that there was no violation relating to it. Whatever the case may be, something happened, right? Something happened in between the time that the Senior Code Compliance Officer came out on Thursday, who determined there was no violation, until Friday. And what we determined, and again, we can call witnesses to present all of this evidence, is in fact, Magistrate Flynn, that someone seemingly with a personal relationship to Ben Sorensen, our commissioner, had sent an email to to Portia Williams saying, cite the property. In fact, before Mr. Oaks even walked out to the property, Portia Williams has indicated to her colleagues that she must open an active case 2 hours before Evan Oaks even stepped foot on the property. But we don't even have to get into that because as Magistrate Flynn, Mr. Davila, I know who is here, has indicated in the past when you guys, let's assume that Mr. Oaks just had a different code interpretation or Ms. Williams did. Okay,
Your Honor, with all due respect, I'm going to ask to strike that argument. I mean, first of all, the inspector's here. He can testify. And
okay, I'll call Mr. Oaks.
Council doesn't need to speculate what the city's position is because between myself and the inspectors and the supervisors, we are quite capable of articulating the city's position.
If I may.
Tell me why you believe there was no violation.
Because there was no commercial use taking place. But let me tell you even worse, Ms. Flynn, what concerns me the most is this board, and I have a group of people in my office that have scoured the hearing transcripts on all of these various types of allegations. And there is not a single time that let's assume for a moment, we accept this fact as true that there was a party that should have had a permit. The reason under a citation violation that you cannot charge $15,000 is because it's not authorized by the code. It's specifically delineated under Article 4, the maximum that you can charge. And Magistrate Flynn, you've had party cases. There was one a couple of months ago that Mr. Davila stepped in and in fact said, we can't do what the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement is trying to do today. You can't, without due process, walk in, give somebody a $15,000 fine because the code doesn't allow it. It has a specific restriction in Article 4 that limits this type of fine under Chapter 47 to $225. So I asked, and we can put him on the stand, and I'll ask Inspector Oaks, because in the public record search, Ms. Williams said, fine them $15,000 because it's irreversible. Okay? Just like the one on Royal Plaza a few months ago where Mr. Davila stepped in and said, we can't do this. But
Your Honor, objection.
You can't do it here either. That's not what the rules of civil procedure, the rules governed here allow this, okay? And I will continue to do it. It is unauthorized by the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances, and I would like to call Inspector Oaks as my first witness.
Your Honor, with all due respect, that determination, as counsel has said, was made by Ms. Williams, and Ms. Williams can easily articulate for Your Honor the reasoning why the directive was made.
Be happy to swear in Ms. Williams if that's what everybody would like to do.
Williams, and then you can make your decision what witnesses you want to call.
So I am sworn in, just for the record. I was sworn in at the very beginning of this hearing. So I did have a list of complaints that were sent in from Commissioner Sorensen's office as well as from the community. So our procedure whenever we receive a complaint is to open up a code case. So that is not unique to the complainant. That is the general process that is used. Once I received that complaint, I looked on file and I saw that the property owners had a business tax license open for their property. At that point, I called the number that was listed on the business tax license, and I'll pull that phone number up. When I called the phone number, Your Honor, no one answered the line. I called a number of 954-523-5600. 5099. That number was listed as belonging to Jack Hutchings. Also looked up that the property was homesteaded at the time, and there was also an online advertisement for Home and Motors Cars events that I reviewed to determine that the property was in fact being used for commercial use. On the same day, I also spoke with Cash Patel. He's the owner or representative of Asta Parking. He called me after I left a voicemail for him at 954-214-3830. The other people that I called, Your Honor, to determine whether or not a violation was present was the Transportation and Mobility Department. I specifically called the department to determine if a temporary valet permit had been issued to the property owner. And I was advised at the time that one was not on record, just to establish that. As it specifically relates to the $15,000 citation, Chapter 11 does allow a $15,000 citation to be issued for violations that are irreparable or irreversible. In that this was the boat show, and I also had been informed by Cash Patel when we spoke over the phone. Mr. Patel told me that the event would last Friday, Saturday, Sunday. He specifically asked me if the citation being issued would require that the valet service stop, or if it was that the amount would accrue. I told him that the amount would accrue until compliance was achieved. Mr. Patel stated that the event ended on Sunday, and at that point, the valet service for the event that was occurring at the property would stop on that Sunday. When I spoke with Major Schultz, my call to Major Schultz was that an event was happening in the area. I specifically asked if a police officer could accompany Inspector Oaks to the vicinity in order to prevent the valet service from continuing to block the neighborhood, because that was the complaints that I was receiving from that community. Captain Schultz originally replied that it was not a violation. Major Schultz is a police officer, Your Honor. I'm the code compliance manager. I looked in the code. I found where the temporary valet service was required by the code, and I sent the email and followed up with a phone call to Major Schultz, informing him that in fact it was a violation, and that I had also confirmed with the Transportation and Mobility Department that a permit was not on file.
Okay, do you want to?
Yeah, I do. I do have some questions. So earlier, Ms. Williams, you heard me identify that Dorian, Senior Code Enforcement Officer, had come out on these exact same two issues and had determined that there was no violation, correct?
I heard you say that, yes.
I'm just asking if you understand that to be true.
No, I don't understand it to be true, but I heard you say that.
You don't know that to be case? You didn't receive the email that I was just talking to?
I don't recall it. The only inspector that I recall speaking to was Evan Oaks about this violation.
Is your email p.williams@fortlauderdale.gov?
No, it is not.
I'm
That
sorry,
is Paul
Portia,
Williams.
Let me, if I can, I'll just show you an email where that we just discussed between you, Mr. Davila, and we did this on a public records request, so we got this from your guys' office. But just tell me if this is just a document you've just never seen before, if I can.
Sure.
This is sent from Captain Schultz to me. There, I do not see Inspector Kaloyan on this.
My question is, I'm sorry if you misunderstood my question. My question was, you received notification from Mr. Schultz, from Major Schultz, that there was a determination, at least the day before, that there was no violation.
Your question originally, counsel, was from Dorian.
I don't need your help, but thank you.
Okay, but you're misrepresenting.
I'm not misrepresenting anything.
You did.
You're going to get your chance. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay. Did you get this email that I just showed you?
I
Yes
did
or no?
receive this email
That's
from
all?
Captain Schultz.
Thank you. That's all I was asking. And I heard you say that you made the determination, not Dorian, the Senior Code Enforcement Officer, nor Evan Oaks, that in fact, thank you, that this was a irreparable and irreversible code enforcement violation.
I disagree with you.
I'm asking what you said. Just tell us again, please.
Okay. So when I looked at the evidence, meaning the advertisement that was online, as well as the photographs of the vehicles being parked on street, I had a call with Inspector Oaks. I stated to Inspector Oaks when he reached the property to speak with the valet service, I asked him to look at the vehicles on the street. I asked him to knock on the door. And so there was a fact-finding part. My discussion with Inspector Oaks was specifically how the code should be cited, and if he could in fact verify that the violations existed, what course of action to take in terms of the amount of the citation.
Okay, but Major Schultz could have shown up on Thursday with Dorian, the senior code enforcement, made the determination that they shut the party down, right? I mean, that's why the police department went, correct?
No.
Again, I'm going to object for the record because Ms. Williams has testified, in fact, that based upon the advertisement, the party was, or the commercial event was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We're not here on a citation. We're not here on a citation for Thursday. We're here on a citation for a different day. And the evidence has been presented with regard to a specific date.
Okay, can we stick to that date, please?
We can skip to the date. The reason I'm asking the question, Magistrate Flynn, is because there is what I would call a draconian request here to charge someone $15,000 with no opportunity to cure because, based upon what Ms. Williams says, it was irreversible. She had no ability to shut down the party if that's the position that it was. It was an unlawful party. That might have been Dorian's disagreed with it, but Ms. Williams seems to think it was. The point is, you can't charge.
What do you see as the irreparable issue? The fact that they were conducting a valet service or the fact that they were having this party?
So it was both, Your Honor, and specifically the fact that I actually attempted to contact the property owner as well as the valet service. The property owner did not answer. I did leave a voicemail. There was no answer to that voicemail. There was no return call. When I spoke with the valet service, Mr. Patel made it clear to me that the service would not stop until the event ended on Sunday.
So it is the position of the landowner, Magistrate Flynn, that as a matter of law, this is not an irreversible and irreparable issue. By the way, the only thing we could find when going through is when you cut down a tree, for example. That's irreparable. You've killed the tree, it's gone, okay? I had a conversation with Mr. Oaks just a moment ago. He says they shut down parties all the time, and it's over. It's not irreparable. It's not irreversible. You shut it down. In fact, the reason I brought up Thursday is because they went there on Thursday to shut it down with a police officer. Might have decided no violation, but that was the intent. They could have done it. They could have done it Thursday. They could have done it Friday, but they didn't. They decided not to. And in fact, I'll speak with Mr. Oaks next, but he told me earlier that he didn't even try because Ms. Williams told him not to. Just bill him $15,000. That's not what the code allows. And I'm not going to ask Ms. Williams a legal question, but Ms. Flynn, since we've all agreed on the record, we're operating under Article 4. Article 4 prohibits, does not authorize any fine that is in excess of that set forth in Section 1125. Mr. Davila, in a few months ago, with Ms. Williams, a similar event that was alleged on Royal Plaza, I have the case number, where there was an attempted very high violation on a flat fee with no right to cure. Just like this, Mr. Davila stepped in, told the board, you can't do this. You're not allowed to do this under a citation.
Your Honor, again, I'm just going to object for the purpose
no,
of the record. Counsel, I'm
hey, you can make your objection. Please do.
I'm objecting for the record because, again, no issue with another set of circumstances. I can also generally say that we have issued other citations for $15,000 for irreparable and irreversible. Again, we're here on this particular citation to allude to some other vague citation without the full set of circumstances, without the record, is improper in this circumstance, Your Honor.
Okay, I would agree. Let's stick to the issue.
Okay, the only reason I mention it, Ms. Flynn, is because the board knows it can't do what it's doing. Not the board, I'm sorry. The code enforcement knows they can't do what they're doing because they've been corrected, and that was on 400 Royal Plaza just a few months ago on
Again,
a party
Your Honor,
that
same
charged money.
objection, and he continues to use the record improperly.
Okay, that being said, I'd like to call Inspector Oaks.
Okay.
Mr. Oaks, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Oaks, are you familiar with the fact that, and I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing the name, but Dorian Kaluuyan had gone out to the property the day prior and determined that there was, for the exact same set of facts and circumstances, that there was no code violation?
Your Honor, objection relevance. It's not relevant to the citation for this particular day.
I'm asking if it was the exact same set of circumstances.
Well, Your Honor, respectfully, I doubt if counsel was out there, and I was not out there, and Inspector Oaks was not out there, so I don't think anybody in the room can say it was the exact set of circumstances.
I have a question. This objection, I mean, this event took place Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Was Inspector Oates out there on Friday, and you issued the citation on Saturday? I mean, was it the same event going on? Same set of circumstances?
I was out there on Friday, ma'am, and I issued a citation on Friday.
Okay, so I guess I'm confused then. Then what day before are you talking about?
So that what I'm asking is simply whether or not he is familiar with the fact that Dorian had come out to the property to view the exact same party, granted the day prior, or not.
I thought the party started on Friday when the day he was there.
Well, apparently there was a code enforcement call on Thursday based on the evidence that's been presented, the email to Ms. Williams.
If the party wasn't going on, that would explain why she didn't find a violation if the party didn't start till Friday.
And if I may, and I can contact Major Schultz to confirm this, Your Honor, Portia Williams for the record. If I recall correctly, when I spoke with Major Schultz, it was not that Major Schultz was aware that Dorian had went out the previous day. It was that the owners or their representative were telling Major Schultz that the inspector went out the previous day. My conversations with Major Schultz were telephonically and followed up by email. And so I was not even aware that it was Dorian that had went out the previous day. I'll be honest, I don't believe that Major Schultz knew that with certainty in as much as someone had said that to him. Happy to get him on the phone.
I'm going to sustain the objection. I want to stick to the time that.
Okay, I agree. Mr. Oaks, if you could. Mr. Oaks, we had a moment to chat just a moment ago before we came in. Pleasure to meet you. Do you remember me discussing the fact that it has been your experience that unauthorized parties at homes have been shut down by code enforcement in the past?
Yes, I remember speaking to you, and I stated to you that I haven't shut down any parties, and during my time here in Fort Lauderdale, code enforcement, code compliance.
Right. But was there anything that prohibited you from shutting down this particular party? They can't. No. He's on the stand, ma'am. He can answer the question. You can't.
I can make my objection.
Haven't even heard her objection yet, Mr. Oliver.
But she's pushing him aside, and
Because
okay.
I'm making my objection.
Go ahead. So long as you're not talking to him, go right ahead.
I wasn't looking at him, counsel. so
Okay,
just-
go ahead. My apologize, please.
Let her do her job.
Fair enough.
Your Honor, again, I'm going to object for the record because of relevance.
Repeat.
My question simply, Mr. Oaks, did you have the ability to shut down the party?
Yes, I had the ability to shut it down, but
Thank you.
I spoke with Mr. Murphy,
Right.
and I advised Mr. Murphy that the situation was irreparable, so I issued a citation.
Right. But you didn't shut it down, correct?
I did not shut it down.
Okay, and you didn't shut it down, I believe you told me, because Ms. Williams told you, don't shut it down, just cite them $15,000, correct?
She didn't verbally tell me not to shut it down. I was dispatched out there to write the citation for the irreversible, irreparable offense.
Oh, okay, so that was not even a determination that you made?
No, sir.
Okay, understood. I don't have anything else for you, Mr. Oakes, thank you.
Okay. You're up.
No, Your Honor, counsel said he had all these witnesses, so
Okay.
the city has put on its case in chief. We're waiting for the respondent's witnesses.
So, no, I have reached out to those that I need to speak to, and I will just reiterate, Magistrate Flynn, the code doesn't allow it. Even assuming that there was a determined unlicensed event, the code simply does not allow anything other than what is promulgated at 1125. And that is simply what has been stated. And you cannot, that's what we're operating in under, that is that is on the record. And even assuming that there was a determination by the board that there was an event that required a permit for, there is no right to fine without any ability to cure, notwithstanding the direct language on the violation that allows an opportunity to correct. It specifically states it on there that there is no authority to simply fine a property owner $15,000. I hear the city's position or the code enforcement board's determination. They think it falls under irreparable and irreversible. It's not. They had every ability to shut it down. They could have. They made an attempt Thursday to do it. They decided not to. Friday, Mr. Oakes could have done it. That's all they could have asked the gentleman in the valet, go home. They could have done it. There's no evidence to suggest he would not have done so or couldn't have done so. That's all that the city code enforcement had to do. But under Article 4, Magistrate Flynn, the board is limited to those fines set forth in 11-25. And that's where we are, which is the maximum fine that can be promulgated under Article 4 is $225 for a contested. So the face of the civil citation violation, outside of the due process issues, it doesn't adhere to the City of Fort Lauderdale Code of Ordinances.
Okay, you're up.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to ask counsel, are you going to address the second component of the citation or no?
Which second citation are you referring to?
It's not a second citation. I said the second component of the citation, which is, the two citations? Which is the valet operating without a permit.
What is the amount that this, because I haven't heard.
300, it was read into the record. It's $300. 26-237, failure to obtain City of Fort Lauderdale parking permit and/or authorization for valet service, 2 days at $150 a day for $300. I just wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to address
Yeah, thank you. One moment, please. Hold on. This is 26. Again, for the same reasons, you would have been required to allow the compliance and the corrective action that was set forth. For whatever reason, it was not done. I haven't heard any evidence from the city as to what would justify more than the $225
Okay, well, they have.
contested violation.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yep, the city put forward did you put the picture? pictures of the valet? Yeah, the valet pictures and were already shown, Your
Right.
Honor. So I just want to make sure are you going to address that, counsel, or?
Am I going to address what?
Are you admitting that the valet operated without a permit?
We are.
Okay.
So thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate the time. I would proffer, based upon my discussions with Supervisor Bass and Supervisor Koloian, again, since it's on the record, I think the city should briefly address it. And the reason why nothing was cited at the time, because the city was advised erroneously that there was a permit for the valet operation the day before. We came to learn that that was not the case. The city continued to receive complaints, and hence why the inspector was dispatched a second time. I'm going to be very brief in my remarks, Your Honor. Two things. One, there's no requirement, as Your Honor knows, in the code for the city to shut something down. That is not a condition precedent. That is not a required action before a citation is taken. So again, we here in the city of Fort Lauderdale, we typically don't shut down events that are occurring, obviously for many, many reasons, maybe resources, but that's just very typical here in the city. And we issue citations, we issue violations instead. We are traveling under Chapter 11, of course, of the city code. Your Honor also knows this is a Chapter 162 proceeding. Both the city code and Chapter 162 allows for the imposition of a $15,000 fine based upon the population size of the city of Fort Lauderdale if there is a case of an irreparable or an irreversible violation. There are many instances where I can think of that there are irreparable or irreversible that would not entail shutting down something or emptying a building. But again, not directly germane to this particular citation, which I would like to remain focused on. The party went on for 3 days. The valet company was operating. There were numerous complaints, not only from the district commissioner, who obviously heard it from his constituents, but directly from the constituents, as you've heard Ms. Williams testify to. There is the remedy, as you know, when we've been hearing all morning, and we will continue to hear notices of violation, the time to comply, how to comply. You've heard Ms. Williams' attempt to reach the owner, spoke to the valet parking company to address the issue. And she was unsuccessful in those endeavors. So as an alternative to shutting down a commercial activity that was being run by Holman Motor Cars, I understand that they do a similar event every year at the boat show, we issued a citation for irreparable or irreversible. Obviously, by Sunday evening, there's no time to comply. There's no violation to be issued because any time for compliance certainly would go by the wayside after that weekend. So it's a finite event. Therefore, the fine is that we're seeking is irreparable or irreversible because of the time frame. This is a limited event. This is not something that you allow, the due process to be heard, to give a reasonable time to cure. The cure is, stop the event and or obtain the valet parking, which again, council was kind enough to say that they admitted did not happen. We did have one of our parking people online, but we don't need to hear from them. If you have any other questions for staff, and then one of our supervisors would like to add just one remark, Your Honor, please.
Okay, I'll let the supervisor speak, and then I do have some questions.
Thank you, ma'am. Co-compliance Supervisor Julio Davila, I have a question for council. Is anyone that participated in the event or was in charge of the event here today with knowledge of the time frame that the event took place?
We will agree that you guys have a flyer as to the date of when it was between through Sunday. That we'll agree that's when it happened. Yeah.
That the flyer indicates the actual events.
Correct.
the date.
You know, if you were asking me if I was there, I wasn't.
That's
Okay.
fine. I'm just trying to make a
Yeah.
point. That's why I also asked if there was somebody here, because maybe.
Yeah. So, but what I'm saying is,
Okay.
if that's what the flyer says, I personally, you know, I'm not a witness here.
That's why I was asking. No problem.
Right.
No problem. So the only point that I'm trying to make here is the fact, and you made a great example when you referenced the tree, you know, as far as it being irreparable. It's the same case here. The event started on Wednesday. The soonest we were able to get out there was on a Thursday. That already transpired. You can't put the jack back in the box if the event occurred on Wednesday. That in of itself makes it irreparable. And that's pretty much the point I wanted to make.
Are you without power to, Mr. DeVille, I have some questions since you had, do you have no power to bring a police officer and shut down a party?
I don't believe that is our policy.
I'm not asking, are you? No, I can ask the questions, thanks. Thank you. Well, not you, he can. So I'm asking you, is it without your, are you telling me, how long have you been with the city of Fort Lauderdale?
I've been here since January
Okay.
of last year.
January of 20?
This year.
Okay.
Sorry.
Has there ever been a case since you've been here where code enforcement, along with a police officer, has stopped anything from happening?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay. Well, I know that we've had some discussions about the fact that there was a party that you were involved in at 400 Royal Plaza. Do you remember that one? You remember that one? Do you remember during that enforcement proceeding where code enforcement was trying to charge $8,000 and you stepped in and you told Magistrate Flynn, the code doesn't allow us to do that. You have to charge them only a per day. I think in that particular case, it was $500. Do you remember that?
No.
Okay. Well,
Your Honor, again,
no,
I don't object because we're going.
we have not seen Judge Flynn.
I think that the fact that, he's testified that this doesn't happen, he's entitled to at least inquire if it has happened before. But be that as it may, it's of limited relevance. What I would like to know is if this case rests on whether it's irreparable. I'm very confused at this point as to what days this was going on, because I was originally told it was Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and this inspector went out on Friday, and the other inspector was there on Thursday, but now I'm being told it's on Wednesday, and that's causing me some confusion under the heading of irreparable.
Sorry, if I may, Your Honor, Portia Williams for the record. The event, we went out on Friday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday is when we had the event occurring, Your Honor.
Okay, so Wednesday the event was not occurring?
Not to my knowledge. The complaints came in on that Friday. We responded. The event was occurring. Saturday and Sunday, the event was occurring as well, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, in terms of the $15,000 fine, what is the city's position with regard to what my discretion is if I find that there was irreparable?
Your Honor, we always like to say that you have discretion, particularly in light of the fact that this is a contested hearing, as we have on other appeals that are contested. Your Honor does have discretion to, in my opinion, to order a different fine amount.
Okay. Now, assuming that the party went on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and this citation was issued on Friday, of course, they could have shut the party down themselves, but tell me what your argument is as to why it's irreparable, because by the time you could, if I understand it, because by the time you could have a hearing, the party's over on Sunday.
Correct.
Okay.
There's no real due process. It's a limited, really once, it's a finite event, timeframe, so there's no ability to give the due process under the city code, under Florida statutes, to allow time to comply, to provide the proper notices, and to get it to magistrate. So that's why the citation was issued.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
No, I would just, I mean, while we're here talking about it, obviously we're here, with a court reporter. I'd just like to challenge the city to show us where in the code that this can be done. Because when I read Chapter 11-20 in 1125, it specifically limits, even if there was a finding of irreparable and irreversible, which it's certainly the landowner's position that that's a silly argument. It's not. They could have easily done it. But even if they did, you're still limited under Section 11-25, civil penalties, when you go down to Chapter 47, which is what the face of this citation says, to a contested amount of $225.
Okay, and there's a section that you can do that daily. But
I don't disagree, yeah.
I'm going to give the city attorney the last word as to why the irreparable part of the statute applies in this case and not just Chapter 11.
So if I could very quickly, Your Honor, if you just give me one moment. Just need to pull up 162. Apologies to Your Honor and counsel. Just give me 1 minute. So, section, as Your Honor, as I've stated, and as we all know, this is a Chapter 162 proceeding that's authorized by Florida statutes. Florida Statute 162.09 2D, and again, it does relate to the size of the city of Fort Lauderdale, does allow for a fine up to $15,000 per violation if the Code Enforcement Board or Special Magistrate finds the violation to be irreparable or irreversible in nature. So that is consistent, and obviously that companion language is in the city code as well, up to $15,000.
Okay.
And Ms. Flint, can I just quickly address that? I promise.
All right,
I'll be-
last
The
line.
last word. That's actually not what the statute says. It says the city of Fort Lauderdale may adopt its own code. And if it does, it must follow it. And that's what city of Fort Lauderdale has done. And that brings us to 11-25 that has specifically limited this to $225 of a contested violation. It is not a catch-all. It is, and authorizes the city of Fort Lauderdale to adopt its own rules. And that's what it's done. And that brings us to 11-25, which we've all stipulated we're under Article 4.
And so, Your Honor, if we're going to continue this discussion, Section 1126 of the City Code says, in addition to the powers and authority given to the city board and special magistrates pursuant to this article, the city may, in its discretion, exercise any powers given to municipalities by Florida Statute 162 as amended and all other municipal powers.
Okay, all right. I am going to find that this valet service operated without a permit and that the violation exists, that this was a commercial land use. And I am going to fine $2,500. And I do believe that the nature of the party is such that it would be irreparable and impractical to be able to have the time to bring this to hearing before the party was over. I also would say that your client had plenty of notice themselves and could have stopped the party themselves. I don't think it's required anywhere that the city, as a prerequisite to issuing a citation, clear the premises instead. So that's my ruling, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor. And for clarification, that's for both components, correct?
yes.
The valet and the,
The total fine is $2,500 for
Right.
both citations, both case code matters that we're here for today, correct? Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 42, Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 21040243. Case address 2424 Southeast 17th Street, Owner Village at Harbor Beach Condo Association. This case was first heard on 7/29/21 to comply by 10/28/21. 4 sections not complied at $100 per day. $16,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
Good morning, and again, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior number 269, on behalf of the city, I'm presenting case number CE 21040243 for the address located at 2424 Southeast 17th Street. This case first came to a special magistrate on July 29, 2021, where evidence was presented and a special magistrate partly found for the city. The violations were first cited on 4/11/2021. There were conversations by phone and in person with the property owner, GC, manager, and attorneys. During this conversation, the status of the violation and corrective action was discussed. The case is not in compliance, and it's the position of the city that the fines being imposed as read.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jonathan Yellen. I'm the attorney for the respondent village at Harbor Beach Condo.
Okay, why is this taking so long to comply?
So, Your Honor, this association has been going through quite a lot in trying to comply with their 40-year certification requirements. They've been doing a lot. They've been spending a lot. They had a major project at the pool, taking up quite a bit of that. And we have been working diligently. I have not had the privilege of speaking with Mr. Quintero myself, but my partner, I think, has, Ryan Aboud, and the manager has as well, Mr. Alvarado. So we are trying. There's just so much that you can do with so much money that there is to work with. But we are absolutely trying and will continue to try and make that effort. We ask you not impose a fine or violation and give a little more time to comply if possible.
How much time is a little more time?
90 days would be fantastic.
The city doesn't agree with any more extensions, Your Honor. The reason is because it's some minimum housing in those 3 buildings that hasn't been done at all. Even peeling paint and other items, and the complaint came from the commissioners of Broward County. So the city is not requesting it, is not agree with any more extensions. Just let the fines run.
Okay. All right.
For the record, they're not structural, the painting and such. These violations are.
It's not that big of a building. Why is it I don't understand why we can't get this. And some of it, maybe even a safety issue, electric wires, all of this.
Yeah, admittedly not the prettiest building in Fort Lauderdale, but again, we have structural and important issues that we would love to do it all. Again, I would only ask for the 90 days that we work together as partners and get it done. Is that possible? I mean, it's the owners, of course, themselves, the condo owners that would be punished.
I'm going to give 35 days and no more.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, and thank you. Take care.
Okay, you too.
Our next case is on page 35. Captain Robert Kersarwich, case number FC 210-40025, case address 880 West Sunrise Boulevard, owner First Coast Energy LLP. This case was first heard on 6/8/21 to comply by 8/10/21. Suspended 8/10/21 to 11/9/21. 2 sections not complied at $200 per day. $6,000 accrued, and this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kersarwich with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 210-40025 for the property address 880 West Sunrise Boulevard. I was in contact this morning with the respondent that's present here today at the hearing, who has demonstrated with pictures that this structure now has been demolished as of yesterday. I visited the property last on Tuesday. At that time, the structure was still standing, but clear evidence through his photographs that this is the actual location of where that structure did stand, and I am convinced that it is demolished. So at this point, we would ask for a reduction in fines to $1,000.
Okay. Sir, please state your name.
Trent Turner, Market Manager for First Coast
Okay.
Energy.
Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 55. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case number CE 21050799. Case address 1492 Holly Heights Drive. Owner 1492 Holly Heights LLC. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/30/21. One section complied at $50 per day, $1,450 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 210-50799 for property located at 1492 Holly Heights Drive. This case was first heard on 8/26/2001. I'm sorry, 8/26/2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 9/30/2021. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, my name is Steve Bader. I am managing member of 1492 Holly Heights LLC.
Okay. How come it took you so long to get the case complied?
I do take full responsibility of this. We have about 20 properties within this general neighborhood. We moved offices about a year and a half to 2 years ago. The people that were supposed to update the city, our address in the city website, did not do so. So we had our mail forwarded as well. That only goes on for about a year. So that had expired. So the notices were going, I guess they were being returned to the city. So we just didn't know about it. Once we became aware of the violations and the issue, one of the tenants was nice enough to bring us the violation that was taped to the building. I immediately reached out to Inspector Oakes. I did everything that I possibly could to take care of it as fast as possible. Of course, finding laborers to do work in this and what we're going through is not the easiest. And this is all exterior kind of, it's parking lot, striping and painting the parking lot. And we're also in hurricane season. It was raining every day, if not every other day. So it did take time. Once I was aware of it, we did everything we could to get it taken care of as soon as possible. I was in touch with Inspector Oakes on a weekly basis to let him know where we're at, what we were doing, that we took this seriously. But really the crux of it all was we just weren't receiving the notices because we didn't update the address on the city's website.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
Yes, Your Honor. During that time, the property owner had another property that we were working on together, and he brought them both into compliance. And if it's Your Honor's, if you're inclined, we would like to ask that the fines be reduced to the administrative cost, whichever one's cheaper.
Okay. How much is the?
The administrative cost is $626.
All right. $626. Will you accept that, sir?
It doesn't seem like I have much of a choice, so I am appreciative of that, though.
Yeah. The city deserves to get their costs.
Of course. Understandable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next two cases are on page 33. They are administrative hearings. Inspector Wanda Aquavela, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. Case number SE 21090170. Case address 1416 Northwest 3rd Court. Owner Melanie Austin Holdings 3 LLC. The second case is SE 21090171 for 1414 Northwest 3rd Court. Again, owner Melanie Austin Holdings 3 LLC.
Bless you. Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Bulk Trash. Both cases and addresses as read. These cases were cited on the same day. There were piles that were in between both properties as well. So, they each had their own pile, and then they had a pile that was in between both. They were both cited on September 13th. On September 15th, the reinspection was conducted and the piles remained. And on the 17th, they were removed. During the course of the cases, both of them, nobody ever contacted us. We had no communication from anybody at the property either.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Good morning, Your Honor. Nigel Alston.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me about?
The trash wasn't ours. It was dumped on the property by someone else. As soon as we found out about it, we removed it.
Yeah, and I feel for you, but unfortunately, the way the code is written, and rightfully so, we have to hold the property owner liable because we can't police 24/7 people dumping on other people's properties, so you have to stay on top of it.
We do. We send somebody by once a week to do it. We have the best maintained house on the street or property on the street.
Yeah.
It just becomes a dumping ground just because it gets cleaned all the time.
Yeah, it looks like you do, you do a good job, but unfortunately, the violation existed, and so I'm gonna have to fight for the city on this one.
Can we do any reduction at all?
What is the fine?
The minimum charges are $240.
Yeah.
$240 for each violation.
I think that I'm gonna fine for the city on that.
Can I say something? As soon as we found out about it, my name is Melanie Alston at Melanie Alston Holdings. We do keep great properties, and as soon as we found out about it, we cleaned it. And we're always in compliance and very prideful of being good neighbors and good citizens. So I'm asking, can we do half?
I really appreciate that, but my job here is to find that the violation existed, and that's what I've done. And once the city goes out and has to clean it up themselves, the fine is really set. So.
But the city didn't clean it up. We cleaned it up.
I thought you said.
No, if you notice the photos that came on the screen, the city was doing that, removed the piles on the 17th.
We cleaned it up. Here I have it.
You can review the photos. I can also show you the printed photos.
So what you're
photos that are on there, but the city actually removed the items in question.
But I paid for on the 19th. I sent a letter to the city as soon as we received it, and we cleaned it up. The city didn't clean it up.
Like I said, if you want to view the photos there, but I'll also bring you the photos that we print out. This was the date it was cited.
Correct.
The reinspection date on the 15th. And then on the 17th, when our driver removed the items.
So you're saying that you removed that?
This is on the 17th. This is our driver, our operator takes these photos.
Well, I paid for removal as well.
The 1412 property. File. Same thing. Also the 17th when the driver removed the files.
Okay. Well, I paid for removal as well, so.
Hopefully, this won't happen again, but under the circumstances, I have to fine for the city. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I read them both in. Our next case is on page 61. Inspector Darren Emmons, case number CE 21050322, case address 1809 Southwest 22nd Street, owner M&M Real Estate 1809 LLC. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 9/23/21, suspended 10/28/21 to 12/9/21. One section not complied at $100 per day, $3,400 accrued, and this was in order to reappear.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Emmons, City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting for the case read and the property address read. This property was inspected on May 13th, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B, the paved driveway is not well graded and or dust free. There were cracks and potholes on it. That was complied on 9/24/2021. And then 9-305B, there were missing and or bare areas of lawn cover on their property and swell. That was just recently complied on 12/8/2021. During a pre-hearing inspection, magistrate on 12/8/21, they were showing that the remaining violations were complied. So all violations on this property have been complied. During the special magistrate hearing on 10/28/21, it was granted a 42-day extension, which that comes to this date. The city is requesting a finding of fact only for this case with no violation fines.
Okay, sir, do you understand that? State your name for the record.
I'm Jared Liss.
Okay, what they're asking me for is to make a finding of fact that the violation existed, and therefore, if it happens again, then you'll be facing fines, but they're waiving any fines for today.
If I may, I've requested before I actually got these fines, I requested the city come out and fix the sidewalk. As you can see, it's clearly in disrepair.
It's not my job to.
No, I understand. The sidewalk, until it's repaired, might cause other issues for the grass and the driveway, which is why it was originally destroyed, because the sidewalk is sunken in water. When it rains, it sits there, ruins the grass. So if this situation happens again, I just spent $100 resodding it, it's going to be at the fault of the city for not repairing the sidewalk, which, again.
Okay, well, do the best you can.
Yeah, so.
If I may, Magistrate. If I may, Reggie White, Code Compliance Supervisor for the City of Fort Lauderdale. I've been in contact with Public Works and Engineering, and at this time, they didn't give me a date of when the sidewalks will be repaired. So that's the reasoning for not moving forward with fines. I've been in contact with the representative, and what we came up with is within that time, maintain the swell area. We do understand that the sidewalk is in disrepair, but just maintain the swell area as much as you can.
All right, perfect. So no fines?
No fines.
No fines.
Fantastic. Have a happy holidays.
All
Thank
right,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Our next case is on page 21. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 21070976, case address 1320 Northwest 8th Avenue, owner John Malik, property posted 11/13/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good morning, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 21070976, property address 1320 Northwest 8th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on July 27, 2021 by Inspector Torowski, and the following violations were observed. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-308A is withdrawn. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or swell. 9-280F, complied. 9-280G, there are electrical wires and accessories not maintained in a good, safe working condition, including but not limited to wires exposed on the outside non-covered electrical meter box. Additional inspections were conducted by myself, including a pre-hearing inspection on Friday, December 3rd, 2021, and the following violations remain. 9-305B, 9-306, 9-280B, 18-12A, and 9-280G as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is John Malik.
Okay, are you in agreement to bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
Most of it has already been done, but yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, sir.
And yes, Your Honor. I have the.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
the tenants would like to.
The tenant would like to speak.
Okay.
Can I?
Mr. Malik, if you could step aside, please.
Hello, Court. Fine people of the court. My name is Chauncey Gallen. I'm the tenant for 1320 Northwest 8th Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I have here a legal aid letter in my hand where I signed. Can you please read it? When me and my wife signed it to Mr. Malik back in July of 16 when the roof fell in on me. And I have here everything from the hospital that the roof fell in. We signed him a cease to forfeit rent if he don't fix the said things. However, the violations still occur. My little daughter, she has UTI from the bathrooms. When we flush the toilet, everything come in the tub. He has picture of that. We have moles in the bathroom. We have rent money that his checks that he due to the letter he forfeited.
Sir, I can only address the violations.
Right, this is determined to the violations.
Don't speak while I'm speaking, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I can only address the violations that are in front of me today, and I've already said that the violations existed, and I've given him 35 days, or he's facing a fine of $50 a day.
My thing is this: the violation's been existing since January. Yesterday he came over and he made a mockery of y'all court by fraudulent calling himself covering up the grass. If he could have done this within 45 minutes, and we've been here over a year with these same violations, then why is he not getting fined? Why is nothing not going on?
Because I'm giving him time to correct the violation, and that is
Due
our
process-
policy here on new cases.
Due process has been violated already.
Sir, I've already ruled. So
Okay,
I'm
no
giving him
problem.
35
Okay.
days, or $50 a day thereafter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just for the record, all that started when he stopped paying rent in May.
All right.
Okay.
That's not in front of me.
Thank you very much.
Our next case is on page 2. Captain Robert Krasarwich. Case number FC211-00005. Case address 977 Northwest 53rd Street. Owner 961 Northwest 53rd LLC. Do we have a respondent for this property? 977 Northwest 53rd Street.
We did have a respondent for this property. I believe he's probably left the facility, but we did speak, so I'll go ahead and present the case.
Okay, go ahead.
Captain Robert Kasarwich, Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office, here for case FC 211-00005 for the property address of 977 Northwest 53rd Street. They were cited in reference to NFPA 1 43.1.6.1. Storage, handling, and mixing of flammable and combustible liquids shall meet all the applicable requirements of NFPA 30 and 43.1.6. In reference, they don't have flammable liquid storage cabinets at the facility for the storage of the flammable liquids they have on hand that are exceeding the maximum allowable quantities. He has purchased a storage flammable liquid cabinet. He left the hearing today to go pick it up. It's located, I guess, in Miami. Anticipate that the property will be in compliance either later today or tomorrow, but we will still request 49 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 55. Case number CE 210507771. Inspector Evan Oakes. Case address 561 Northwest 17th Place, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Rosa Benavente. This case was first heard on 9/14/21 to comply by 9/24/21. Two sections complied at $25 per day, $600 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes.
One second, Evan. The neighbor is coming into the virtual hearing room. Good morning, Rosa. Can you please start your video and unmute yourself? Can you please raise your right hand?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you just fine. Can you please raise your right hand?
Oh, yes, but I don't know why the video, I can't see anything, but I can raise my right hand. I don't know if you see it.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 210-50771 for property located at 561 Northwest 17th Place, 1-2. This case was first heard on 9/14/2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 9/30/2021. At this time, all violations are in compliance, and the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, Ms. Benavente?
Yes.
Okay. What do you want to tell me before I rule?
The only thing, I mean, I'm responsible for everything. Like, everything is fine. I already talked to the city about the issues I had with my mail, but I did try to reach out to one of the other inspectors in charge, Paulette, to come see the property days before I got to speak to Evan because of his work schedule. He came to see the property on a Thursday, and it was already ready and fixed and cleaned up by that same Monday. So I don't know if there's any way that I could request to backtrack the days just because I already had it ready, and I have phone records to prove that I spoke to Paulette and I spoke to the city on Monday because I had everything fixed by that weekend prior to him coming.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor.
I'll reduce the fines to $400.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Evan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Your Honor.
I have one more question. I'm sorry. Before I let you go, how do I pay this?
You'll get an order in the mail. And
Okay, I appreciate it. Have a good day. Happy holidays, Evan.
Our next case is on page 58. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 21100452, case address 1305 Northeast 3rd Avenue, owner Sanman Holdings LLC. This property was cited on 10/15/21 to comply by 10/30/21. One section not complied at $200 per day, $7,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 211-00452 for property located at 1305 Northeast 3rd Avenue. This property was issued a citation on October 16, 2021, and given 15 days to correct the following violation. 15-272.8, this property is being used as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remains according to a pre-hearing inspection conducted on December 8, 2021. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines as they continue to accrue.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Zenaida Petler.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
I had no instruction to fill out an appeal. I had no idea, but I applied for all the permits, and the only thing I was stopped before the engineering, I was inspections. I was told to show up here prior to
I'll
it.
tell you what I told everybody else. If you don't file for an appeal, unfortunately, I have no discretion but to impose the fine. But there is a process you can go through for lien reduction, and I'll be here, happy to hear all the mitigation.
Okay, so next step is appeal.
No, what happened here is you failed to appeal, and that is why you failed to file for this, for an administrative hearing. We also call it an appeal. And that is why I don't have any discretion but to impose the fine. There is a process through the city that you can apply for lien reduction. It's a separate process, and then I can hear about the mitigating circumstances, okay?
Okay,
All
all right, thank you.
Fines imposed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And it also looks like the property's still not in compliance, so the fines are gonna continue. to
We
go.
are, we, it's for.
Can I say something to them? Just you have to take your ad down before you get your certificate. So what you have to do is take the listings down, any advertisements that you still have up, which are still there as of yesterday, and you take them down and then continue with your process for the application for certification. And once there's no advertisement and no activity, you can be complied, which will stop the fines. And that way you can go for the lien reduction after that.
Yeah, I understand, but I called the Airbnb and for me to stop the advertisement, and they told me that all the reservations should be canceled, and then I just cannot understand how do I deal with people that already reserved the. What is it?
She said you can hit the pause button and it would pause it.
Pause what?
Airbnb.
You can speak to her. Maybe she can help you out.
Yes.
In order to comply this and stop the fines from running, you have to take the ad down. So,
In Airbnb post the button.
okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I understood. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Very much. Thank you. We have a second one, yeah.
Our next case is on
We
page.
have two addresses, no?
Oh, yeah, but you have a different inspector. The next case is on page 47 with Senior Inspector Lenny Champagne. For case number CE 211-00450, case address 408 Southeast 12th Court, numbers 1 through 4. Owner Brian Petliar and Zenadia Petliar. This property was cited on 10/14/21 to comply by 10/29/21. One section not complied at $200 per day, $8,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Katrina, that was 408 Southeast 12th Court, 1 through 4?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Good morning again, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Enforcement presenting case CE 211-00450. Property located at 408 Southeast 12th Court, number 1 through 4. Property was issued a citation on 10/14, allow 15 days to come into compliance. It was never brought into the compliance. The last time I checked, I think it was yesterday. For 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. There was no appeal made, so the violation remains. The appeal was not filed, so the city is requesting full impositions of fines and for continual fines.
Okay, state your name again for the record.
Zinaida Petler,
Okay, it's the same situation here.
same situation.
Fine.
Is the only thing that the letter we got, it was in October 28th, and it's not even close to 15 days.
Okay. Unfortunately, like I said, when it comes to the citation, you can either take down your ad immediately, no fines would be due, or you have to get your license or certificate. And if you want, when we're done, I'll go in the hall and I can explain anything you would like.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 53. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 211-00250, case address 1100 Northeast 5th Terrace, owner ASL 1100 LLC. This property was cited on 10/9/21 to comply by 10/19/21. One section complied at $250 per day, $5,750 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount. No appeal was received for this citation.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case number CE 211-00250, property address 1100 Northeast 5th Terrace. The property was initially inspected on October 9, 2021 by myself, and the following violation was observed. 18-1, there's graffiti on the building wall facing Northeast 5th Terrace. That violation is complied. A citation was issued on October 9th 2021 for the violation of 18-1, in which the city is requesting the full imposition of fines.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Jordan Brown, I'm the property manager.
Okay, did you file an appeal on this case?
No, I didn't.
Okay, all right. As I've told everybody else, then I have no alternative but to impose the fine.
I will add one thing though. These are the violation that I received. This was a code violation. What's the difference between this and a citation?
You want to
The citation was issued for the graffiti because with the graffiti, since it's a public nuisance to the public, you have 10 days to remove it or remove it with light kind paint, and it wasn't done in that time, sir.
Yeah, and
It's still a code violation.
is that different from this?
No.
So this is the same thing.
Yeah, with the graffiti, a citation is written. I wrote a citation, and I also did an inspection report for the fascia.
Correct. Yeah. So everything's obviously been finished or complied with up to now. But I mean, I've done a bunch of these before. I don't know what the difference is between.
The citation is the mechanism to enforce the code violation.
Yeah, which was never received. I understand it was posted on the building, but I also understand we're supposed to get a copy, and we never received a copy to where we got this. Like, we received these, we never received any type of, I mean, it was a stick figure that was, and if you can tell by, it's kind of a unique building. There's a lot of paint and stuff on there, but $5,000 for a stick figure is a little excessive.
Under the code, everything that the city is saying is deemed admitted, and they're permitted to post on the property as a method of service.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine imposed. Like I told everybody else, try to lien reduction and,
All right.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 45. Inspector Gustavo Caracas. I'm sorry. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 21030256, case address 801 Northeast 62nd Street. Owner First Properties, 899 Northeast 62nd LLC. Is there a respondent for 801 Northeast 62nd Street? No worries, we'll just skip that. No worries, Manny. Okay. So our next case is on page 58. Inspector Patrice Jolly, case number CE 211-00454, case address 301 Northeast 15th Street, owner Richard Tremanis. This property was cited on 10/16/21 to comply by 10/31/21. One section not complied at $200 per day, $7,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 211-00454 for the property located at 301 Northeast 15th Street. This property was issued a citation on October 16, 2021, and given 15 days to correct the following violation. 15-272.8, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remains according to a pre-hearing inspection conducted on December 8, 2021. No appeal was filed. The city is requesting that the fines be imposed as they continue to accrue.
Sir, please state your name for the record.
Richard Tremanis.
Okay, and have you filed an appeal in this matter?
I was not aware of that. I thought as soon as I got the citation, right away I started complying and getting the state license, the county, and now I see I need this. He came out to inspect the property last Wednesday, and I followed all the points.
Okay, I appreciate all that.
And
Because you didn't file for the appeal, which the directions appear on the citation. There's nothing I can do but impose the fine, but there is, options for you, and you can go to lien reduction, and then I can hear all of these mitigating circumstances and possibly consider a reduction. Okay?
Okay,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're recalling the case on page 45 with Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 2103026, case address 801 Northeast 62nd Street, owner Firth Properties 899 Northeast 62nd LLC. The city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of July 29, 2021 and close the case.
Okay. So ordered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 56. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 2106038, case address 1701 Northwest 8th Court, owner Peaceful Zion Missionary Baptist Church, Church of Fort Lauderdale Incorporated. Is there a respondent for Peaceful Zion Missionary Baptist Church?
Katrina, there was a respondent here, but he wasn't feeling well, so he left.
Okay, we'll just read it in later. Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance, presenting case CE 210-60328 for property located at 1701 Northwest 8th Court. This case was first heard on 9/30/2021. The magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered to correct violations at this property by 11/4/2021. At this time, all violations are in compliance. The city is requesting the full imposition of fines. And as I stated earlier, Deacon Reggie Moncrief was present earlier, but he was feeling ill.
Okay, well, in light of the fact that the fine is only $325, it's probably less than city costs, so I'm gonna go ahead and impose it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
300, yeah.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 61. Inspector Paulette Del Grosso. Case number CE 201-20191. Case address 1345 Northeast 15th Avenue. Owner John and Arlene Essen. This case was first heard on 9/14/21 to comply by 12/14/21. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, and fines are due to start on 12/15/21. And this is a request for an extension.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Miss Arlene. Can you please unmute yourself and start your video? Thank you. Hi, thank you. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I swear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Del Grosso for the City of Fort Lauderdale. The case and address are as read. This case was heard on September 14th, 2021, and Judge Purdy ordered 91 days to comply or $50 per day per violation. This matter was opened on December 10th of last year. The owners have attempted to comply and have been going through the permit process for many months. The most recent revisions were received on November 29th. Therefore, the city does not object to a 35-day extension to comply.
Okay. Who's here for the property owner?
Sorry, I can't hear you, Judge.
Okay. Ms. Essen?
Yes?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, are you in agreement with the 35-day extension?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 58. I'm sorry, on page 60 for Inspector Patrice Jolly. Case number CE 211-00381. Case address 744 Northeast 16th Avenue. He just left. Thank you. Our next case is on page 32. It's an administrative hearing. Inspector Wanda Aquavela, Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. for case number SE 210900357, case address 1950 Northeast 31st Avenue, owner Thomas and Darrell Stewarts. And again, this is an administrative hearing.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Wilson Quintero Jr. on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Bulk Trash and my partner Wanda Aquavella. This is a case in which she cited our property on September 21st. Property was posted, photos taken on September 23rd. The reinspection was conducted, the items remained, and on the 24th, the items were removed by the city. No contact from anybody during the course of the case either.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Gary Kalb,
Okay.
K-A-L-B.
And what would you like to tell me?
Basically, this was dropped by someone else. I manage the property. We have a full-time service that goes there. That we put our bulk trash out. It should have been picked up on the 27th. 3 days notice. I didn't notice it. I didn't see it. The individuals that own this could not travel down here due to COVID and their mother's age of 106. But there was nothing that we could have. I did not have time to respond to any of this. I mean, if you look at the 21st to the 24th, and it's done. It's, when you look at the debris, it's not like it's garbage of any other than just limbs and branches. We would have had somebody there if we'd have known. We'd have moved it back off the street onto our property. But people come, as you know, and they dump. So there we sit.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it is ultimately the property owner's responsibility.
Yeah, I know. I hear the same story on my other properties. And
have
yet,
people
we
that-
have nothing that we can do about it.
Yeah, we have people that live out of state but.
I live
it's still
4 blocks away.
Yeah, it's still their responsibility
Yeah,
to monitor their properties.
I figured as much.
I don't have any choice but to fine for the city.
Yeah.
When they go pick up, it costs the city money, and they need to recoup that.
Well, maybe the city should change their rules so that the person has an opportunity to apply or comply with the fact.
You're welcome to take that up with the city.
I know.
It's not my job.
It's my First Amendment. Thanks.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 21071115, case address 964 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner Sandra Murguia. Is Sandra present for 964 Northwest 24th Avenue? No worries, Mr. Oakes. I don't see the respondent. Our next case is on page 46. Inspector Leonard Champagne, case number CE 211-00456, case address 3333 Northeast 33rd Street, owner Galt 2 LLC. This property was cited on 10/15/21 to comply by 10/31/21. One section not complied at $200 per day. $8,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Again, good morning, Your Honor. Leonard Champagne for the City of Fort Lauderdale, presenting case CE 211-00456 for property located at 3333 Northeast 33rd Street. The property was issued a citation on 10/15/21, given 15 days to correct the violation and come into compliance. As of yesterday, I looked in the ad, it still is in and the violation is still there. Okay, for 15272A, this property is being utilized as a vacation rental without the required certificate of compliance from the city. The violation remains. The city no appeal was filed. The city is requesting full imposition of fines. And the respondent and I talked briefly about the citation process before the hearing, and so I think he'd like to speak.
Okay,
Morning, Your
sir,
Honor.
please state your name.
Emil Nikizik?
Okay, and you did not file an appeal in this case, is that correct?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so I don't have any choice but to impose the fine, and you do have the option of a lien reduction here.
It's understood. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 60. Inspector Boverig-Xantis. Case number CE 200-20244. Case address 1312 Northwest 15 Terrace. Owner Guardy Joseph Alexis. This case was first heard on 6/24/21 to comply by 8/26/21, suspended 9/30/21 to 12/2/21. Two sections not complied at $50 per day, $4,100 accrued in the city. I'm sorry, and this is a request for an extension.
Your Honor.
Just 1 second, sir. I need to hear from the inspector so I know a little bit about the case.
Good morning, Your Honor. Case is not addressed as read by the clerk. Property owner is here to request an extension. I would let him speak at this time.
Okay, there you go. Please state your name for the record.
Maurice Walker.
Okay.
The material necessary to comply with the drawing
Was on back order.
Home Depot didn't have any, no one had it. It's now there.
Okay, how much time do you
But
need?
now, if I could get 90 days, just so that we don't have to come back until it's completed, because after all the
You have a contractor that's gonna lay it for
I
you?
am the contractor.
Okay, and has he given you a start date?
That's why I'm asking for 90 days, Your Honor, just to make sure that everything is done. Okay?
Okay, what's the city's?
City will not oppose to that.
Okay, 91-day extension.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 43. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero. Case number CE 210503737. Case address 3431 Jackson Boulevard. Owners Dion Morris and Maurice Walker.
Maurice Walker speaking, Your Honor.
This case was first heard on 7/29/21 to comply by 8/26/21. Suspended 9/30/21 to 10/22/21. Three sections complied at $25. $5,075 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Senior Inspector Quintero, 269 on behalf of the city. I'm presenting case number CE 21050737 for the address located at 3431 Jackson Boulevard. This case first came to a special magistrate on July 29, 2021, where evidence was presented and a special magistrate purged filed for the city. The violations were first cited on 5/22/2021, where there were conversations by the phone and in person with the property residents and the owner. During this conversation, the status of the violation and corrective action was discussed. The case is in compliance. Is the position of the city that the fines being imposed are read. Your Honor, I want to point out for the record that this person is very difficult to talk to him, and he just insulted me in the table. So that's what I got the security over here.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Maurice Walker, Your Honor. The last extension was requested because there was a tenant in the building. The tenant I took them to court, I lost. I got a lawyer, took them back to court, and I got judgment. I called him and leave a message. He called me and he told me that I would be on the agenda last month. I showed up here and I was not on the agenda. I asked him why. He said he doesn't put people on the agenda. Therefore, my lien began. On top of it, Your Honor, I have an approved drawing from the city, which took a year and a half because when I applied for the drawing, the permits, I submitted the survey, and the city approved the drawing, and I went to pick it up. When I went to pick up the drawing, the survey disappeared, and they canceled the approval of the drawing for the survey, which I had to bring to them. So it took a year plus just to get the drawing. And then, now that I have the property in possession, and I'm going over what needs to be done with the drawing and with the property, we're enclosing the garage. The garage is going to be a 2-car driveway. So the driveway existing is narrow.
The garage is in front of me, is it?
I have the drawing.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can only rule on what's in front of
I
me.
understand, but the ruling here is the grass. Do I plant the grass, then dig it up to do the drive to widen the driveway because it's going to end up being a two-car garage? And basically, if the footage, if he took recent picture, you would see the footage of what he's talking about that I would need to grass today. I would have to dig up the grass to do the driveway. It don't make sense.
Okay, is that it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
And I do have all my permits, and the drawing is here.
I am not aware of this communication, Your Honor.
Okay.
Like I said, he's a very difficult man to talk to.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I know him from previous cases before.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Gentleman, that's right.
Please don't interrupt him while he's talking.
He doesn't have any respect, Your Honor, okay? And the case is not relevant to these permits or anything like that. The case was open because he got so many the boats and dirty vehicles parking on the lawn and everything. This is minimum housing violations. It's nothing related with permitting.
And has he had multiple violations in the past?
Previous violations in different properties, yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. On 631 Carolina, the city, during the time of Wilma, gave me permission.
Okay, I'm not going to rehear that
Yes,
that case now.
because that was heard here, and they sold it to his relative after it was repaired as a nuisance with permits.
Okay, sir. All right. We're going to impose the fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case is on page 50. Inspector Bovrig Xantis, case number CE 21010669.
What page?
Case address 1013 Northwest 11th Court. Owner Hubert Smith. This case was first heard on 4/29/21 to comply by 6/3/21, suspended 8/26/21 to 10/28/21. One section complied at $25 per day. $2,475 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Exensis, again on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21010669, property address 1013 Northwest 11 Court. Property was first heard on April 29, 2021, and the magistrate ruled in favor of the city, and the property owner was ordered 35 days to correct all violation. At this time, all violation is in compliance, and the city is requesting a reduction of fine of $248.
Okay. Sir, please state your name for the record.
Hubert Smith.
Are you in agreement with the reduction of fines to $248?
How much?
$248 from $2,475.
That'll work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, buddy.
Our next case is on page 46. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 211-00762. Case address 2620 Northwest 19th Street. Owner Shops of 19th Street LLC. This property was cited on 10/24/21 to comply by 10/25/21. One section not complied at $150 per day. $6,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation. Is there a respondent for 2620 Northwest 19th Street?
What page is this on? Oh, for some reason I had that circled. Did we call it before? Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you. Go ahead. Sorry. For some reason I had it checked off on my.
It's okay, no worries. Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 2110-0762 in reference to the property 2620 Northwest 19th Street. This property was issued a citation on October 24th, 2021 for the following violation: 47-22.9. There's unpermitted signage at this property. The unpermitted signage consists of, but is not limited to, banners, flag signs, and snipe signs. Contact was made on October 18th, 2021 with Mr. James Nelson while performing a routine patrol in the area. Mr. Nelson, whom identified as the owner of the property, was advised that the business operating in his property did not have permits for the signs surrounding the property and needed to be removed. Mr. Nelson was advised that all banners, flag signs, and snipe signs are not permitted. Mr. Nelson stated that he would speak to his tenants and have them removed. Mr. Nelson was advised that a verbal warning was being issued at that time. While performing a routine inspection on October 24th, 2021, it was observed that the signs remain erect on the property. All flag signs, snipe signs, and banners have not been removed as per advice of Mr. Nelson. Due to the findings, a citation at that time was issued to the property allowing 24 hours to remove the signs. Citation was posted on the property and an affidavit of posted was submitted to our administrative division. A reinspection was performed on October 24th, 25th, 26th of 2021, and on November 1st, 10th, and 17th, 2021, and found that the violation remains on the property as per the photos depict. A pre-hearing inspection was performed on December 8th, 2021, and found again that the violation remains on the property, also as the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting the full imposition of fines to the sum of $6,750, which continue to accrue until the violation has been corrected.
Sir, please state your name.
James M. Nelson.
Okay, did you file an appeal in this case?
No, I didn't file an appeal because by the time I made it to the P.O. box, it was already too late.
Okay, all right. Well, I have no discretion but to impose the fine.
But ma'am, last time I spoke to Mr. Garcia, when he pulled up to the property and he told I was aware it was probably a miscommunication. It was the signs on 19th Street. I didn't know it was the signs also on the property.
If you apply for a lien reduction, I can hear all this and maybe give you some reduction in this fine. But
Okay.
Right now, because you didn't file for the appeal, I have no discretion, so I
All
have
right.
to impose the fine. Thank you.
All right, no problem.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 64. Inspector Boverick Xantis. Case number CE 21070250. Case address 1830 Lauderdale Manor Drive. Owner Linda Gibson. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 12/9/21. 6 sections not complied at $25 per day. Fines are due to start on 12/10/21. And this is a request for an extension.
Head to the other case and then, all right, go ahead. Yeah, bottom of the page.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case and address as read by the clerk. Property owner is here to request an extension. I would let him speak at this time.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Linda Gibson.
Okay,
I'm Jonathan Walker.
okay, and why do you need the extension and how much time do you need?
Well, as far as I know, ma'am, I've been working on the property for Ms. Gibson. The last time I was here, we needed to complete the fascia boards, and which I've done. We've cleaned out all the debris.
A good neighbor.
Yes, ma'am. I took down all the shutters on the windows. I got pictures of the windows that none of them are broken. The only thing that I see that he has listed here is the patches in the line, and I have yet to make it to that due to the amount of work I had to do around the house. So right now it's boat pickup, and I have a couple items that are in the yard because I can't sit them in the swell at this time. But once that has been taken care of, I can actually fill in the patches that she has left in her yard, and it should be completed with all the infractions that she had. I would say maybe 45 days.
45 days? Any objection?
At this time, Your Honor, the city will go with 49 days extension.
Okay.
All right, 49 days extension. And
All right, and one more question, Your Honor. Once I have complied and got the grass down, am I supposed to contact him?
yes,
to
call for an inspection so he can comply the case. Otherwise, fines will start running. If
Oh, okay. At this current time, she doesn't have any fines?
she, I don't.
Not
think
at this moment right now. She has no fines.
There's no fines at this point.
Oh, she was saying that, being that we live behind the 95 wall, she keeps her shutters and awnings up to try to keep the noise factor down so she can get sleep.
And the smell from the gas field. It's so bad.
Okay. Yeah, I wish there was something I could do about that, but, it's really nothing in my jurisdiction that I could do to address that. I'm really sorry for you, though.
But you could put the awnings down in the back, you think, to keep the noise back there?
Pardon me, I can't hear
What
you.
she was saying was she was trying to know, can she put the awnings back on the windows to try to take the noise level down, because I have pictures of the windows not being broken or damaged.
Okay, are we here on the awnings?
Yeah, they actually listed it saying that the shutters were covering the windows.
If, Your Honor, if we can just please speak with the property owner separate and aside from the hearing.
Okay, all right. They'll try to help you resolve that issue.
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Our next two cases, our first case is on page 46. Senior Inspector Manny Garcia. Case number CE 211-00898, case address 400 Royal Plaza Drive. Owner GFM2 LLC. This property was cited on 10/27/21. To comply by 10/28/21, one section complied at $400 per day. And the city is requesting full amount on the citation and no appeal was received.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 211-00898 in reference to the property 400 Royal Plaza Drive. This property was issued a citation on October 27, 2021 for the following violation, 15-278E. There's a Chapter 15, Article 10, Vacation Rental Standards parking violation occurring at this property. There are vehicles illegally parked on the street. At the time of initial inspection, multiple vehicles were observed parked on the street as per the photos depict. It was noted that the property was hosting an event for the 2021 Fort Lauderdale Boat Show. Contact was made with the valet manager at the time of inspection, was asked about the many vehicles that were parked on the road and if they are associated to the property. The manager of the valet stated that the vehicles were in fact associated with the short-term rental. Contact was made with Ms. April Donison, whom identified as the host of the short-term rental. Ms. Donison was advised of the violation discovered at the time of the inspection. Ms. Donison then instructed her valet crew to remove the vehicles from the road. A citation was created, signed, and hand-delivered to Ms. April Donison at the time of the inspection. A re-inspection was performed the following day on October 28, 2021 by Senior Officer Gail Williams, of which found no vehicles were parked on the street complying the violation. At this time, the city is requesting the imposition of fines to the sum of $400.
Huh?
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Debbie Wysocki.
Okay, and can you,
I can expand upon that a little bit.
all right, did you file an appeal in this matter?
No, we did not file an appeal. We are going to pay the fine, but there was no vacation rental.
Okay, all right, well, unfortunately, I can't hear any of the actual stuff, and I can only impose the fine. Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We also have another case for the same property on page 34. Case number CE 211-00757. This property was cited on 10/23/21 to comply by 10/24/21. One section complied at $200 per day, and this particular citation was appealed.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Inspector Patrice Jolly for the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case number CE 211-00757 for the property located at 400 Royal Plaza Drive. This property was issued a citation on October 23rd, 2021, and given an immediate fine of $200 for the following violation. 15-278.E. There is a Chapter 15, Article X, Vacation Rental Standards parking violation occurring at this property. An appeal was filed within a specific time frame, and the respondent here sits before us today. I'd like to add that this was a vacation rental violation. All vacation rental certified properties are notified that on-street parking is not allowed at no Not at all. So no on-street parking is allowed. When I was there, this was actually a family that was renting the place, and I made contact with them, spoke to them, and they removed the cars, as to which the fine is only for 1 day.
Okay, all right. Please state your name again for the record.
Debbie Wysocki.
Okay,
So this is correct. This was a vacation rental, as I understand it, because it was an interim vacation rental manager until the owner hired me. These guys all had really big trucks, and they were doing fishing and invited a friend over. And I guess his photos are different than mine, so the previous manager gave me photos that are different. He thought he was being cited at a different time frame. So I'm not sure we can really
okay.
argue it.
Yeah, all right.
So I don't think we'll have any problems anymore. I don't think the guests were informed that there was no street parking when they checked in.
Okay, well, now you know.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I am a professional manager. I don't think the other person was.
All right.
I would like to request that we do not get a fine on this, since I'm taking it over, and the previous person was not a professional manager, and we did appeal it.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna fine for the city on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Are there any respondents present who are not here for lien reduction? So everyone in the room is currently here for lien reduction. Is there anyone online who's not here for lien reduction? So we'll now have a short recess. Thank you.
21 hearing. This is Portia Williams for the record. First case I'm going to call is on page 7. Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero Sr. Case number is CE 21080017. Property address is 2328 Northwest 15th Court. Property was posted on 11/10/2021 and posted at City Hall on 11/24/2021.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city, I'm presenting case number CE 21080017 for the address located at 2328 Northwest 15th Court. I first inspect this residential property on 8/2/2021, following a special project on this Dillard Park neighborhood. The following city coordinate violations were found and cited. 9-305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-304B, the gravel driveway at the east side has weeds growing into it and is not well graded. There are vehicles parking on the grass lawn area. 9-280H1, the chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are a section of the chain link fence that is damaged, bent, and missing the top rail. The posting, mailing, or legal document has been done by Department Protocol. I spoke with property owners Ms. Yolanda Davis Paraguay on 12/2/2021 in reference to this violation, and she explained the circumstances were not completed before the hearing. She states she's just getting the property on the name after his family member who passed away. The BCPA reveals the owner Chief James on 8/18/2021, and the property is not homestead. A pre-hearing inspection on Tuesday, 12/7/21 of this week revealed that the violation remains as expired on the pictures. The city is recommending 63 days to come into compliance or $25 a day thereafter. Per violation, yes.
Okay, and there's no respondent?
Do we have photos?
Your Honor, I was just going to say, obviously, the city needs to present photos to support the new violation.
What, they called in or something? I did. No, the person called in?
It's a non-responder. Oh, there's one case. There's a respondent that's calling.
Yeah, but we called her, she didn't answer the phone. And Chris said she's gonna try again, but that's what.
Yeah, they're coming. I wanted to make the paperwork for records, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, 63 days or $25 a day, so ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Go back to page 1.
Our next case is on page 1. Inspector Captain Robert Krasowicz. Case number FC 21090002. Case address 745 Northeast 15th Avenue. Owner Ram Wilton LLC in care of the leasing office. Property posted 11/15/21. Posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Captain Robert Kasarowicz here to present case number FC 21090002. Property address of 745 Northeast 15th Avenue. Property is cited in reference to NFPA 1 4.5.8.6. The fire alarm system has not been tested, inspected, or tagged in accordance with the code. We're requesting 49 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 3, FC 211-00004, case address 700 Southeast 14th Court, owner Janet Rosa, property posted 11/18/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
And again, Captain Robert Cassar, which here represent case number FC 211-0004, property address 700 Southeast 14th Court. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1, 13.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. That violation is complied. They were also cited in reference to Florida State Statute 633.2.2.2. The building is constructed with a lightweight truss and needs to be identified with the proper signage and placard. I received a text message while in this hearing that this is in compliance. I will do a reinspection later on today. We'll still request 49 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 3, FC 211-00006, case address 1444 Miami Road, owner CKDF LLC, property posted 11/18/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
And Captain Robert Gasarwich with Fort Lauderdale Fire Marshal's Office for case FC 211-00006, property address of 1441 Miami Road. Property was cited in reference to NFPA 1, 13.6.4.3.2.1. The fire extinguishers have not been serviced or tagged by a certified person or company within the past 12 months. We're requesting 49 days or $100 a day thereafter.
So ordered.
Magistrate on page 7, for the record for case number CE 210800017, can you state that photos were shown?
Yes. I saw
Thank-
the photos.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 23. Inspector Evan Oakes. The respondent is on the phone. Case number CE 210711115, case address 964 Northwest 24th Avenue, owner Sandra Murgia, property posted 11/4/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21. She was previously in attendance, so she is sworn in.
Okay, thank you.
Hello? Oh,
Yes, we hear you.
Good afternoon.
yes.
Good afternoon.
The inspector,
Hello.
ma'am, the inspector's going to speak, and then I'll hear what you have to say, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 210711115, property address 964 Northwest 24th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on July 29th, 2021 by Inspector Tarowski, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and/or swell. 9-280H1, the fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. It has missing and broken parts. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, December 4th, 2021, and the following violations remain. 18-12A and 9-280H1 as depicted in the photos. The city is requesting 35 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
Okay, ma'am? Are you?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, the notice, yes, I'm sorry.
Let me speak, ma'am. Are you willing to bring the?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, let me speak, please. Okay, are you willing to bring the property into compliance within 35 days?
The fence I brought into compliance this weekend. The notice that I had until December 5th to fix, and I did.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to
go. The fence is in compliance. As far as the swale, though, it's taken me, I've cleared 2/3 of it. It's taken me the past month to do that. I go out there periodically to clean it, but it is taking longer, so I am going to ask for 6 weeks to finish what remains.
Okay. What's the status of the fence?
The fence, I repaired it this weekend.
Okay, all right. I don't think it takes 6 weeks.
The missing parts that were missing, I've replaced them, so the fence has been fixed.
Okay, all right. So the inspector will come out and check that out. So I'm going to grant 35 days or $25 a day fine after that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You said 35 days from today?
Well, you'll get the order in the mail. But
okay.
But if you're going to have time problems, I'd start today.
If as far as the soil, like I said, 2/3 have been cleared, I've cleaned, but there's still a third that I still. I mean, it's a dumping ground for vagrants.
Yeah.
So it is that has posed a challenge.
Okay, I'm sorry about that, but I understand the challenge. A lot of people face that, but you're gonna have to keep up with the property. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 10, Inspector Boverick-Xantis. Case number CE21090085. Case address 1037 Northwest 7th Avenue, owner 7 Reasons LLC. Property posted 11/20/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement. Case number CE21090085, property address 1037 Northwest 7th Ave. Property was first inspected in September 3rd, 2021, and the following violation was discovered. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicle trailers parked on the grass lawn area. The gravel driveway is not well maintained. The gravel driveway is worn through, and there is grass and weeds growing through it. Violation 9-306. The exterior buildings are not maintained. Structural parts, including fascia boards, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stained and missing peeling paints. Violation 9-280B. There are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained, such as windows. Violation 9-280G. There are electrical wires that are not maintained in a good, safe working condition, included but not limited to wire exposed on the outside uncovered electrical meter box, as well as 2 electrical outlets, 1 in the bedroom and 1 in the living room. Violation 9-276C. 3. There is evidence of termites, rodents, vermin, and all other pests at this location. Violation 18-4C is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property on 11/20/21, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on December 3rd, 2021. Revealed all violations remain as depicted in the photo, and I have been in contact with property owner.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. City is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $50 per violation for each day thereafter.
Okay, so ordered.
Our next case on page 11, case number CE21080897. Case address 1038 Northwest 8th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Indus LLC. Property posted 11/20/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Xantis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Property address 1038 Northwest 8th Ave, case number CE21080897. This property was first inspected on August 30th, 2021 by former Inspector Lois Torowski, and the following violation was discovered. 18-12A. Property is now in compliance as a pre-hearing inspection was conducted this morning. Revealed that the overgrowth, trash, and debris has been removed.
What do you want?
Case complied.
Oh, case complied, okay. All right.
On page 11, case number CE20080902, case address 1514 Northwest 11th Place. Owner Asaf Lubeski. Property posted 11/20/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good morning again, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale. Case and address as read by the clerk. Property was first inspected on August 22nd, 2021, and the following violation were discovered. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Violation 9-280H1 is complied. Violation 9-304B. There are vehicle trailers parked on the lawn grass area. The asphalt driveway has cracked holes and is faded. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 1812A is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on the property on 11/20/21, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted this morning. Revealed violation remains. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 per day thereafter.
Ordered.
Our next case is on page 12, case number CE 21080444, case address 1500 Northwest 12th Street. Owner Harrison FLA LLC, property posted 11/18/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Property and case and address as read by the clerk. Violation 9-305B is not in compliance. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover on the swell area. Violation 9-304B is complied. Violation 9-306 is complied. Violation 9-313A. Point A, it's complied. Violation 18-12A is complied. Violation 47-21.16.A is complied. At this time, the city is requesting 28 days to comply or a fine of $25 per day each day after.
So ordered.
Our next case, case number CE 21090079, case address 1712 Northwest 15th Avenue. Owner SFR 12 Miami Owner 1 LP, property posted 11/20/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, case number CE 21090079, property address 1712 Northwest 15th Ave. The property was first inspected on August 2nd, 2021, and the following violations were observed. There are waste containers left overnight after collection day and not pulled back on the approved location. The containers are being stored in the front of the building line, not screened from view. Violation 9-280H1. The chain link fence at this property is in disrepair and is not being maintained as required. There are sections that are broken and disconnected. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including the swell area. Violation 9-306. The exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and building walls, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stain and missing peeling paints and faded paints as well. Violation 18-12A is complied. A notice of hearing was posted on property on 11/20/21. There has not been any contact with property owner or property manager. The city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 13, Inspector Borg-Xantis, case number ENF code 191000438, case address 436 Northwest 15 Way C. Owner STS Group USA Inc., property posted 11/18/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Again, good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Exentis on behalf of the City of Fort Lauderdale, case and address as read. This property was first inspected on October 23rd, 2019, and the following violations were discovered. Violation 9-305B. The landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including swell area. The exterior buildings have not being maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and building walls, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior building that have stains and missing peeling paints and paints faded. Violation 18-12A, there's trash, rubbish, litter, and debris on the property. Violation 9-276C3 is complied. Violation 9-304B, parking lot on this occupied property is not being maintained. In the well-kept appearance, the driveway has cracked, potholes, and the asphalt top coat is raised, loose, and missing in some area and faded. Need to be restriped as well. A notice of hearing was posted on property on 11/18/2021, and a pre-hearing inspection was conducted on December the 2nd, 2021. Revealed all violation remain. I also met with property owner to whom I explained violation and corrections. And the city is requesting 35 days to correct all violation or a fine of $25 for each day thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 14, Senior Inspector Manny Garcia, case number CE21080728, case address 1720 Northwest 25th Terrace, owner 1720 Northwest 25th Terrace, Fort Lauderdale Land Trust and all others, property posted 11/19/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21080728. Reference the property 1720 Northwest 25th Street. This property was initially cited on August 25th, 2021 for the following violations: 9-278 parentheses E, which has complied; 9-280 parentheses H parentheses 1. The fence at this property is in disrepair, is not being maintained as required. There are areas of the fence that are broken and missing support. 9-305B, the landscape of this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas there are areas of dead and missing ground cover. A re-inspection was performed on September 13, 2021, and found that all violations remained, of which at that time the case was referred to a magistrate hearing. A pre-hearing inspection was performed on December 3, 2021, and found that the pending violations remain as per the photos depict. Due to the facts, the city is requesting 28 days for compliance or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 16. Case number CE21090237, case address 1222 Northwest 23rd Terrace, owner Vera Parker, property posted 11/19/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21090237, reference the property 1222 Northwest 23rd Terrace. This property was initially cited on September 12, 2021 for the following violations: 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the property and or its soil. In addition, there's discarded appliances being stored on the property. 18-4C, there are derelict vehicles on the property. 9-280B, there are building parts which are deteriorated and not maintained. The roof of the subject property appears to be in disrepair with the tarp covering the areas of the roof. 9-304B, there are vehicles parked on the grass lawn area. In addition, there is a gravel driveway on the property that is in disrepair and requires maintenance. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 9-280H, the canopy that is installed at the subject property is not being maintained and the canopy is missing its top cover. 9-3056, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing and peeling paint. 47-34.1.8.1, there is illegal outdoor storage taking place at the subject RS8 zone property. The illegal storage consists of, but is not limited to, buckets, gas canisters, discarded appliances, derelict go-karts, tires, and other miscellaneous personal items. A re-inspection was performed by Senior Officer by myself on October 17, 2021, of which found that the property is to remain in violation. At that time, the case was referred to a magistrate hearing. A pre-hearing inspection was performed on December 3, 2021 and December 8, 2021, and found that all violations remain as the photos depict. Communication was made with the grandsons of the owner of the property, which stated they will be working on correcting all violations, but needed time to do so due to some personal matters. At this time, the city is requesting 119 days to comply or fines to be imposed to the sum of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 17, case number CE 21090496, case address 1608 Northwest Fifth Avenue, owner James Faraz and Patrick Stefanov, property posted 11/19/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Your Honor, for the record, Senior Officer Garcia presenting case CE 21090496, reference the property 1608 Northwest Fifth Ave. This property was initially cited on September 20th, 2021 for the following violations. 9-279 parentheses E has been complied. 18-1, there's stagnant water sitting in the jacuzzi at this property that is creating a public nuisance. It is maintained in such manner that the property is or may reasonably become infested or habited by rodents, vermin, or wild animals, or may furnish a breeding place for mosquitoes, or threatens or endangers the public health, safety, or welfare, or may adversely infect and impair the economic welfare of adjacent properties. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on this property and or its swell. 18-4C, there's derelict motorcycle and a derelict trailer on the property. 47-34.1.8.1, there's illegal land use occurring at this property. There's outdoor storage taking place to the subject RDS-15 zone property that consists of, but not limited to, plastic pallets, discarded jacuzzi, pieces of wood, and other miscellaneous items. 9-304B, the driveway on the property is not properly maintained. There are areas of the gravel driveway which have overgrowth and does not meet the requirements as per section 9-304. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing or peeling paint. This case was referred to a special magistrate on October 24, 2021. Upon an inspection resulted, the subject violations remain. A pre-hearing inspection was performed on December 8, 2021 and found that the subject violations remain as per the photos depict. At this time, the city is requesting 42 days for compliance or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter.
Before you rule, Your Honor, Manny, do you have a photo showing the violation for the jacuzzi?
I do.
There's a jacuzzi, but I can't see.
Yeah, so the issue with this property is that the person that's currently residing at the property is, we've dealt with him with PD. He has a record with the police department, so I don't want to enter the property. I do have photos of it from the initial inspection. If you just give me just 1 second just to look it up for you. I do apologize for that.
It's like the jacuzzi's covered.
No, the jacuzzi, what it has, that the green part is the actual fiberglass mold of the thing. Give me 1 second here.
All right.
Just for the record, Your Honor, I'm going to approach with the photo of the jacuzzi with the water inside.
Okay. Okay, let the record reflect that I can see green stagnant water in the photograph. And I find that violation exists. So 42 days or $50 a day thereafter. So ordered.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 20. Inspector Evan Oakes, case number CE 21070912, case address 1713 Northeast 7th Terrace, owner Anita Story, property posted 11/18/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oakes, City of Fort Lauderdale, Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 210-70912, property address 1713 Northeast 7th Terrace. The property was initially inspected on July 23, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A, there is overgrowth on this property and or swell. 9-308B, the roof is stained and dirty. 9-306, the exterior building walls have not been maintained. Structural parts, including fascia and soffits, are in disrepair. There are areas of the exterior that have stains and missing peeling paint. 18-11A, the pool at this occupied property has green stagnant water and is not being maintained on a regular basis. In this condition, it presents a health and safety issue for the community in that it may become a breeding ground for mosquitoes and is a public nuisance. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, December 4th, 2021, and the following violations remain: 18-12A, 9-308B, 9-306, and 18-11A, as depicted in the photos. Your Honor, I'd like to state that they are working on getting these violations into compliance. The pool has been drained, but they still have to further the repairs on it. And the city is requesting 14 days to comply, or a fine of $20 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Our next case, case number CE 21090575, case address 1309 Northwest 8th Avenue, owner Pine Shadows Homeowners Association, Phase 2 and 3, Inc., property posted 11/13/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 210-90575, property address 1309 Northwest 8th Avenue. This property was initially inspected on September 22nd, 2021, and the following violations were observed. 9-304B complied. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. Additional inspections were conducted, including a pre-hearing inspection on Wednesday, December 8, 2021, and the following violations remain. 9-305B, as depicted in the photos, the city is requesting 35 days to comply, or a fine of $50 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
Ordered.
Our next case is on page 23, Inspector Evan Oaks, case number CE 21080758, case address 1220 North Andrews Avenue, owner Gary Polson Trust, property posted 11/10/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon again, Your Honor. Code Compliance Officer Evan Oaks, City of Fort Lauderdale Community Enhancement, presenting case CE 210-80758, property address 1220 North Andrews Avenue. This property was initially inspected on August 25th, 2021 by Inspector Turowski, and the following violations were observed. 18-12A complied. 18-4C, there is a derelict vehicle or trailer on the swale or on the property. The white Ford SUV has an expired tag. 9-305B, the landscape at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover. 24-27B is complied. Additional inspections were conducted by myself, including a pre-hearing inspection on Saturday, December 4th, 2021, and the following violations remain. 18-4C and 9-305B, as depicted in the photos, and the city is requesting 35 days to comply, or a fine of $25 per day per violation thereafter to be imposed.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 26, Inspector Gustavo Caracas, case number CE 21090228, case address 501 Northwest 6th Street, owner Sunshine Shipyard 2 LLC, property posted 11/16/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Inspector Caracas for the City of Fort Lauderdale Code Compliance Inspector, presenting case number CE 2109028 for the property located at 501 Northwest 6th Street. Inspection of the property was performed on September 13, 2021, and the following violations were cited. 18-12A, there's overgrowth, trash, rubbish, and debris on the vacant property and on its swale. This is a recurring violation. The case will be presented to the Special Magistrate as a recurrent violation for CE 21060648, CE 2010-1307, CE 2001-0603, whether or not it comes into compliance before hearing. 9-305B, the landscaping at this property is not being maintained in a neat and well-kept appearance. There are areas of dead and missing ground cover, including but not limited to the soil and the right-of-way areas. Courtesy notice was issued and mailed via VCP, mailed as per BCPA first class mail on September 13, 2021, allowing 10 days to come into compliance. Contact has been made with the property owners and or representatives. A special magistrate request form sent on September 27 for today's hearing. The pre-hearing inspection was done on December 6, and the pictures presented here were taken to confirm the violation. One of the violations actually does exist. Your Honor, for 18-12A, this is a finding of fact
Okay,
for recurrent violations. And the city is requesting 35 days for 9-305B to come into compliance for a $50 fine thereafter.
okay.
Photos submitted into record for evidence, ma'am.
All right, so ordered on both counts.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 30. Case number CE 21100046. Case address 3011 Southwest 9th Street, owner TH 2018-1 Borrow LLC. Inspector Pat Gavin, Senior Inspector Wilson Quintero presenting. Property posted 11/10/21, posted at City Hall 11/24/21.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Senior Inspector Quintero, Senior, number 269, on behalf of the city. I'm presenting the case for the Inspector Gavin, number 312. Case number CE 21100046 for the address located at 3011 Southwest 9th Street. Inspector Gavin first inspected this residential property on 10/4/2021 following a proactive enforcement on this neighborhood. The following city coordinates violation was found and cited by him. 9-304B, there are vehicles, trailers parking on the grass lawn area. The posting, mailing, or legal document has been done by Department Protocol. Inspector Gavin didn't get in contact with anybody on the property, according with the case history. BCPA record reveal is no changes in the ownership since 4/10/2018, and the property is no homestead. A pre-hearing inspection by Inspector Gavin on 11/30/2021 reveals that the violation remains as depicted in the pictures. The city is recommending 7 days to come into compliance or $50 a day thereafter for the violation.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
On page 30, case number CE 21100118 is complied. Our next case is on page 37. Case number CE 21070957, case address 2120 Northwest 21st Terrace, numbers 1 and 2. Owner Pico Turquino Investment LLC. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 11/4/21. 3 sections complied at $50 per day. $850 accrued, and the city is requesting $580.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 38, case number CE 21080895. Case address 619 Northwest 4th Avenue, owner Spectrum Management LLC. This case was first heard on 10/28/21 to comply by 11/4/21. 1 section complied at $100 per day. $3,100 accrued. The city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
On page 39, case number CE 211-00414, case address 1040 Southwest 30th Street. Owner U.S. Bank Trust in a trustee in care of Resicap. This property was cited on 10/13/21 to comply by 10/13/21. 1 section complied at $200 per day. $1,800 accrued. 1 section not complied at $200 per day. $11,400 accrued. A total of $13,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
On page 40, case number CE 200800189 has been rescheduled. On page 41, case number CE 21040982 has been complied, and the city is requesting no fines.
Okay, so ordered.
Case number CE 200808060, case address 1001 Southwest 31st Street, owner Sadie Smith. This case was first heard on 5/11/21 to comply by 11/9/21. 2 sections not complied at $25 per day. $1,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 43, case number CE 21080016, case address 2340 Northwest 15th Court, owner J.D. Bradley Jr. and Alice Bradley. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 10/28/21. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day. $4,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
On page 44, for case number CE 21071043, the city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of October 28, 2021, and to reimpose the fines of $10,400, as the first imposition was incorrect.
Okay, so ordered.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 47. Case number CE-191206667, case address 748 Northwest 22nd Road, owner Jazz Brow Homes LLC. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 10/28/21. 4 sections not complied at $50 per day. $8,400 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 51. Case number CE 21060283, case address 1704 Northwest 9th Street, owner Spirit of Jesus Deliverance Center, Inc. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 11/4/21. 2 sections not complied at $50 per day, $3,500 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Case number CE 21060019, case address 2016 Northwest 13th Avenue, owners Jack and Willie D. Hallman. This case was first heard on 8/26/21 to comply by 10/28/21. 2 sections not complied at $25 per day, $2,100 accrued, and the city is requesting to waive all fines.
So ordered.
On page 52, the city is requesting to vacate for case number CE 20110220, case address 1709 Northwest 14th Street, owner Patrick Wells. The city is requesting to vacate violations 9-280H1 and 9-306.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 53, case number CE 21080077, case address 1125 North Andrews Avenue, owner Liel Kosaker. This property was cited on 10/15/21 to comply by 10/16/21. 1 section complied at $200 per day, $1,000 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for this citation.
Okay, so ordered.
Our next case is on page 56. Case number CE 21050835, case address 1034 Northwest 8th Avenue, numbers 1 and 2, owner Sictier Corp. This case was first heard on 9/14/21 to comply by 9/24/21. 4 sections not complied at $25 per day, $7,600 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case is on page 57, case number CE 21070394, case address 1725 Northwest 6th Avenue, owner Shimon Butel. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 11/4/21. 1 section not complied at $25 per day, $875 accrued, and the city is requesting full amount.
So ordered.
Case number CE 21080713, case address 1324 Northeast 13th Avenue, owner Mark Rena. This case was complied on 11/4/2021, and no fines accrued, and the case will be closed. Our next case is on page 59. Case number CE 21050671, case address 900 Northeast 20th Avenue, owner F&B Waterfront LLC. The city is requesting to vacate the order imposing fines of October 28th, 2021, and close the case with no fines.
So ordered.
Case number CE 200200154, case address 1212 Northwest 19th Court, owner Francis Powell. This case was first heard on 9/30/21 to comply by 11/4/21. 1 section not complied at $50 per day, $1,750 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Our next case on page 60, case number CE 211000643, case address 1116 Northeast 16th Terrace, owner Andres Moreno. This property was cited on 10/20/21 to comply by 11/4/21. 1 section complied at $200 per day, $4,800 accrued. The city is requesting full amount, and no appeal was received for the citation.
So ordered.
Case number CE 211000381, case address 744 Northeast 16th Avenue, owner Oscar Perez. This property was cited on 10/14/21 to comply by 10/29/21. 1 section not complied at $200 per day, $8,200 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue, and no appeal was received for this citation.
So ordered.
On page 62, Case number CE 1906178, case address 425 Northeast 8th Street. Owner Ralph L. Lynch. This case was first heard on 3/25/21 to comply by 4/4/21 and 9/30/21. Suspended 7/29/21 to 10/28/21. One section not complied at $25 per day, $6,225 accrued. The city is requesting full amount and fines continue to accrue.
So ordered.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, I'm sorry. Inspector Caracas for the city of Fort Lauderdale. The city is requesting, Your Honor, 180 days, 182 days, and a stop of fines, Your Honor.
Okay. So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case on page 63. Since the inspector is gone, I'm believing this was a neighbor's request for an extension, but the neighbor did not appear. The city is requesting to enter pages 67, 66, and 67 into today's hearing as an exhibit. It is the city's list of complied, closed, withdrawn, and rescheduled cases.
So ordered.
This concludes the regular special magistrate hearing for 12/9/2021. There will be a very brief recess as we prepare for lien reduction.
You wish to speak. You gotta send. Person in the back, are you introduction? Oh, okay. Do you swear to affirm to speak the truth at today's hearing? Okay, thank you. Please silence all electronic devices.
Our first case is on page 2. Case number CE 20110082. Case address 905 Miami Road. Owner Maria Elena Vaca. This property has a total lien value of $19,950 and city direct cost of $1,041.95. And the city is requesting $14,962.50.
Yes, the
all the violations.
Please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, good afternoon. Maria Elena Vaca. And all the violations were complied prior to the July 29 hearing. As I submitted evidence, checks, receipts, photos, everything was complied prior to the July 29 hearing. And I would hope that you void the fine in its entirety.
Okay. Did you call for an inspection?
I'm sorry?
Did you call for an inspection?
Yes, it was that Miss Williams, Portia Williams, I think it's you? Yes, thank you. Went there and confirmed that I, in fact, complied with everything that was necessary. A lot of the things were complied at the beginning of the year. One of them was done twice prior to the July, excuse me, to the July 29 hearing. So everything was complied long ago.
Okay, before fines accrued?
Yeah, before the initial fine was charged.
Okay. Portia, you want to tell me about that?
Sure will, Your Honor. Good morning. Portia
Good morning.
Williams, Assistant Director and Code Compliance Manager. Your Honor, the property was not in compliance prior to. Ms. Vaca requested a series of inspections. Each time Ms. Vaca requested an inspection, initially I was having the area supervisor, Reginald White, to go out. Ms. Vaca disagreed with the results of Supervisor White's inspections. I provided photos. I also had Supervisor Stephanie Bass go out. I shared the results of Supervisor Bass's inspections and photos. Ms. Vaca disagreed. Fast forward, I went out with Supervisor Bass, and the property was found to be in violation. So it was not in violation, Your Honor, prior to, yes, it was not in compliance, I'm sorry, Your Honor, prior to the final inspection that resulted in the case being complied.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, the inspector went on July 27, a couple of days before the hearing. And on the 27th in the afternoon, the front parking lot was being redone and completed on July 28, the day before the hearing. It was done for the second time because the first time that the front parking lot was resurfaced, Inspector Caracas stated that it wasn't smooth enough. So I had it redone again on July and completed on July 28, a day before the hearing. Everything else, the rear parking lot was done at the beginning of the year that was complied, but Inspector Caracas refused to close the case. I also submitted into evidence Mr. Caracas' previous employment record. I know it's over 200 pages, but more specifically, the numerous complaint letters from property owners for violating the Fourth Amendment, for being disrespectful, abusing his authority, harassing, which has been the case with me prior to Mr. Caracas being in that area and answering to a complaint from a disgruntled tenant.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that. I think it's an improper comments. It's not appropriate for this forum. This is obviously a lien reduction, and the code requires that the property owner, set forth in the application as well as at the hearing any mitigating factors as to why that property owner did not timely comply. And for the record, Rhonda Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office.
Okay, that objection sustained.
Yeah, prior, if I may say, prior, I have owned that property for approximately 6 years. And it was only after a tenant whom I evicted for non-payment of rent and having two 80-pound pit bulls in a one-bedroom apartment in violation of the lease. So she, in retaliation, called code enforcement, alleging that the toilet seat, the cover, was cracked or broken. She weighed, I think, like 400 or 500 pounds. So Inspector Caracas, instead of addressing the alleged violation, he went out of his way on a regular basis around the property looking for ways to get me.
I'm here to discuss why your property wasn't in compliance each time the inspector went out there. I'm sorry if you feel the inspector was rude to you, but this is a hearing to hear about mitigating circumstances.
Yes.
And why your property was not in compliance for 133 days.
No, it was in compliance.
Well-
Everything that I was done prior to July 29. When Ms. Williams went to the property, and that was because I was sending emails to the city manager, the mayor, to see like, look, I'm in compliance, I sent evidence. Then Ms. Williams went to the property to see if in fact it was in compliance.
I also can't retry the case below. You were already found not in compliance and given a fine, okay? If there are mitigating circumstances as to why you couldn't comply timely, but to me, it's irrelevant to these proceedings that you now say you were in compliance, because that issue has been decided already.
I sent evidence to Monique Drake and also to Ms. Williams, and actually to the lien reduction department. I sent it all the evidence, photos and evidence stating that whatever the inspector came up on a regular basis, whatever he came up with, it was compliant. I sent all the photos, I sent everything, it was complied prior to July 29th. It wasn't, I didn't do it after July 29th, it was done before. It was done. So if they had gone the day before or the morning of July 29th, they would have seen that everything was done. But they want the supervisor, I think is Inspector Diaz, I believe, he had gone like on the 27th to look at something. But in the afternoon, that was the second time the driveway was being resurfaced. So it was completed before the July 29th. I didn't do anything after July. Everything was done. I made sure that everything is done. The property is managed by a property management company. So everything is maintained on a regular basis.
All right, I am going to reduce the fine to $9,800 with 60 days to pay.
So the first, can you help?
No, I disagree with you stating that the property was in compliance. At the point that you stated that there was an issue with the inspector, I had supervisors go out to your property on multiple occasions. I provided you with pictures of their inspections. You disagreed with the results. And so taking the inspector aside, there were several supervisors before I visited the property that went out and stated that the property was in violation. I do not agree with you.
Yeah, he kept it open. They have two parking lots, the front and back. The rear parking lot.
I have already ruled on this, okay?
Sorry, so what is the amount?
$9,800 with 60 days to pay.
All right.
Okay, and let me say to everyone here that if I will give you a time to pay, and if it's not paid during that time, then it goes back to the original lien, assuming I've given you a reduction.
Yes, you will get paid. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 1. Case number. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mr. Zimmerman. Could you please start your video and unmute yourself? Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand?
Raise your right hand.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes.
Case number CE21020829. Case address 646 Northwest 10 Terrace. Owner Sue Han Dorothy Lee. This case has a total lien value of $9,175 and city direct costs of $791.22. The city is requesting $4,587.50.
Okay, who's here for the property owner?
My name is Steve Zimmerman. I'm the property manager for the owners. They're out of the country.
Okay. It looks like this property was out of compliance for 81 days. Total fines of $9,175. What do you want to tell me?
You know which 81 days that was? Because we had a problem with this property over a year ago with a bad tenant, a Section 8 tenant that refused to let anybody in the property or let us take care of anything. And we had to go through the eviction process, which we did. And we got the tenant to finally move out. Once the tenant was out, we did any repairs that were needed, of course, and we got the place re-rented to a very nice tenant, also Section 8, but very, very, very nice. And they've been having no issues since. But we came to find out that the inspector that was originally on the project was no longer there. And apparently, even though I was under the understanding that everything was fine, it wasn't. So it remained open for a long time until I finally spoke with a Monique Drake, who was extremely nice and very helpful to try to get me to get the place whatever they needed. And we did whatever she said. We, of course, took care of right away. But every time we took care of things, they would always come up with more things that had to be done, which was fine. We took care of whatever they asked, and we even did more than they asked. We pressure washed all the sidewalks, and we took out the dead plants. When we took out the dead plants and they wanted some mulch put in, we put in the mulch, and they wanted some grass put in. We put in the grass and they wanted more grass put in. So whatever she came back with, again, she was very nice. We did, we took care of everything, and I supplied pictures going back and forth. And I'm actually surprised that there was even a lien there, because we did exactly what they asked. The first time we got a violation, it was for trash and debris around. So I sent guys there to take care of it. And then they said that there was still overgrown weeds. So I sent a landscaper there. They took care of that. Then they said it was because there's open ground cover that needs to be done. So we put in the mulch. They said that they needed grass as well as the mulch. So we did that. So again, it wasn't ever a debate on anything that they needed. We took care of. So I was surprised that we're out of compliance, other than that the first inspector left without our knowledge, and the case just kind of was left hanging. I'm sorry to be long-winded, but it was a long time that we went through this.
Magistrate? I'm sorry, Supervisor Jordan, for the record, what the neighbor is speaking to is his complying the property for the lien reduction program. He's not speaking to the actual violations on the case. Just to be clear, when he's speaking of pressure washing the sidewalks and the grass and the mulch, that was required for lien reduction. It has nothing to do with the case, the violations that were on his case.
Right, I understand that, but,
I'm not sure what the difference is, because we had to get, no disrespect, man. Again, I'm new to this, so I don't want to be in the wrong ever. We always want to do the right thing. But we weren't even aware that the place wasn't complied, because the inspector, I don't know whether he quit or he got fired, but he was no longer with you. So it wasn't until months and months later that Miss Drake notified me, and when she looked into it, she's the one that told me that there was a problem with the other inspector not being there, and the case just kind of got, not dropped, but on the back burner, I guess is the word that she used. But then she helped me a lot, and we got it under compliance. But then I believe she's also moved on to the building department, so she's not in there anymore either. So, but again, thank goodness for her, because she really dealt with me every day, whatever it took. I kept sending her pictures and communicating back and forth, and we got the place looking really good, and we haven't had any issues since, I don't believe. So my apologies if we were out of. All
right, I'm gonna reduce the fine to $1,500 payable in 60 days.
We appreciate your help. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Our next case is on page 6. Case number BE 200800077. Case address 5421 Bayview Drive. Owner Ira Epstein. This case has a total lien value of $7,150 and city direct costs of $869.68. And the city is requesting $2,145. Good afternoon, Mr. Zaretsky. Can you please raise your right hand?
Of course.
Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're on? Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
That's Mr. Epstein?
This is Mr. Zaretsky. I'm Mr. Epstein's attorney.
Oh, okay. Thank you and welcome. Okay, the lien amount is $7,150. What do you want to tell me in mitigation of it?
Hi. Yes, Your Honor. My client lives in New York and, has many health problems. So he hadn't been to Florida since before the pandemic had started. Then he had not gotten notice of any violation because I guess it was posted on the property, even though the city had his address, because he does not get mail even at that address. Everything goes to his property in New York. Secondly, when around the time before we got notification, he had contracted COVID and was in an ICU for about 3.5 weeks. And then he was in a rehab facility for another month. And then he also had developed some heart issues also. So they were scheduling a bypass operation. And then he wound up only needing a partial bypass and some stents. He did not also know that this permit was ever even issued. This is about an open permit, Your Honor, that no work was ever done on. He had originally contracted with the person to do a fence at a commercial property he owns in Fort Lauderdale. And he says, "Oh, I'd like you to give me a quote on my house." So he never came to an agreement on the price, so he didn't have that person do the work. And that's why the permit was open. We had the permit voided. I guess he hired some type of a expediter and got the permit voided. And that's when the fine stopped in October. So really, we had no knowledge of the original violation. We had no knowledge that the permit was ever issued. And as soon as humanly possible, once we did have knowledge of everything, I think sometime in June, someone from the city sent him the lien and the backup. And then we got started on trying to get that permit voided. And then we finally got it voided, and they told me to make the application for the reduction.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I did read about how sick he was and how long it took him to recover, et cetera.
Well, it's not even that, Your Honor. He really had no notice. I don't know why they don't mail it to the address on file as well.
Yeah, generally it's posted and mailed, but they can post it. Okay. Sure. The city attorney would like to speak to that.
I mean, I see things were mailed to the house, but that's not the address.
Well, is that the address in the property appraisers?
No, property appraiser's a New York address.
So, Your Honor, reviewing the file, the Brooklyn, New York address was sent by certified mail, the Massey notice, the final order, and the notice of violation. It's all present in the hearing that it was mailed to Mr. Epstein, 2167 East 21st Street in Brooklyn, New York.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, I will reduce the fine to $1,400 with 60 days to pay.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 1. Case number CE21060215, case address 591 Southwest 27th Avenue. Owner 27th Avenue Properties LLC. This case has a total lien value of $14,250 and city direct cost of $453.48. The city is requesting $4,275. This was a citation and no appeal was received.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Name Chadi Bleibel.
Okay.
I'm the property owner.
All right, what do you want to tell me in mitigation of this lien?
Well, basically, I just received a violation and back in July that states there's a $150 fine. It doesn't even specify it's per day or it doesn't specify anything. As soon as we received the violation, I contacted the tenant. The property is rented to a tenant in Ulhai. We contacted the tenant to fix the sign. We hired someone to take care of it. Okay, it took some time. We gave him $800. It took over a month to find out that he did not do anything. We had to go to a different guy, hire him, okay, to take over the project. Then I received documents for a hearing. I came up here for the hearing last month. I spoke to the inspector. I found out that there is an occurring violation that we did not know of until that day. I came up here to ask for an extension. They told me there is nothing that you could do, okay, until you close the violation. I showed him the open permits that we applied for. He said that does not belong, or this is not.
This is a citation case and no appeal was filed, so that's probably why that happened.
I honestly, I own the property for so many years, Your Honor. And I've been through this 2-3 times, I guess, in Ulai. I honestly thought that there is a hearing that's going to be set where we come and we ask for an extension, and that's what I came up here for last month, in Ulai. And I was told it was a hearing to impose fees. There is nothing that I could do until I close the violation. Right away, we closed the violation. The same week that I've been told about it, I closed it. We removed the sign, basically, in Ulai.
Okay. All right, I will reduce the fine to $1,700 with 60 days to pay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 5, case number CE 21080284, case address 2642 Flamingo Lane, owners Morgan and Nailene Baker. This case has a total lien value of $12,400 and city direct cost of $270.01. The city is requesting $3,720. This was a citation, and no appeal was received for the citation.
Okay. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Tamara Davis. I am not the owner. I own a property management business, a vacation rental management business. And so I am responsible for all of this that has occurred. I did apply for everything. I submitted everything. The delay occurred in scheduling the inspection. I had unfortunately a couple of deaths in the family, and that was why I had to schedule the reinspection. Miss Williams had gotten a promotion to a different department, and so we were finally able to get the inspection completed, but that was the only reason why the fine occurred. Everything was paid for in time, and I did do everything at the required dates.
Okay. Case opened originally in 2018. Yeah, there was a note in the file that this case was open in 2018. Was the August citation the first notice you received of this?
Those are two different things. Whatever occurred in 2018, the actual owners were there, and I believe it had something to do with like a bulk pickup trash. But we did take care of that fee as well, but that was something totally different.
Okay. All right, I noted that you said that the fines would cause financial hardship to you. Can you elaborate on that?
I am a small business owner. I did just celebrate my 3rd year in business. COVID has been extremely tough to me. And so all of my funds and resources I put into getting this new property started. It would cause significant financial hardship.
Okay, and you're being held responsible as the property manager?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, per agreement with the owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. I'm going to reduce the fine to $1,200 with 60 days to pay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Take care.
That's it. You're excused.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the property owner is actually in the virtual hearing room, and I'm waiting to see if she had something she needed to add. Good afternoon, Mrs. Baker. Is there anything that you wanted to add for the magistrate?
What case are we on?
It's still the same case. That's the property owner. Mrs. Baker, if you can hear us, please unmute yourself and start your video. We'll move on.
Okay.
Our next case is on page 6.
Hi, sorry about that. This is Aileen Baker. Thanks for unmuting me.
Did you want to?
I actually had my hand up when you guys first started in case you needed me for anything, but I saw the ruling and I just want to say thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Our next case is on page 6. Case number CE 19091003. Case address 3051 Northeast 41st Street. Owner Kevin Corrigan. This case has a total. I'm sorry, it's a virtual respondent. Well, he was in the hearing room. I'm not sure what happened. Oh, there he is. Good afternoon, Mr. Corrigan. Can you please unmute yourself and start your video?
Hi, okay.
Hi, can you please
Hi.
Hi, can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so on page 6, case number CE 19091003, case address 3051 Northeast 41st Street, owner Kevin Corrigan. This case has a total lien value of $9,400 and city direct costs of $1,613.40, and the city is requesting $7,050.
That's correct.
Okay, sir, what do you want to tell me in mitigation of this violation?
I mean, everything is, is in compliance now. It took us a long time to find. We had a contractor that walked up the job, told us that, what the structure that was in question did not need a permit. And then once we were found in violation that it actually did need a permit, he disappeared and wouldn't answer any of our calls or whatever.
How could you possibly think that a structure that has electricity and a kitchen and all of that doesn't need a permit to be built?
No, listen, I'm a rookie at all this stuff.
Okay, as I understand, the property's been sold?
Yes.
Okay, and what was?
Yes, so I had to get everything in compliance in order for it to be sold.
And what was the sale
it just took us a long time to get another contractor to take over the permits and put everything in compliance and remove the structure. And it cost us something like $15,000 to do it.
All right, and what was the sale price?
The sale price was $1.875.
Okay, and was the money for this lien escrowed out of the sale proceeds?
Yes, it's in escrow now.
Okay, all right. And this was out of compliance for 188 days. Okay, I'm going to grant the city's request for $7,050 with 60 days to pay.
All right, so I pay $7,050.
Yes.
Okay, all right, and then I get like a notice of where I can pay this.
Yeah, you'll get a notice in the mail.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Our next case is on page 6. Case number CE 21050360. Case address 4040 Gulf Ocean Drive, number 333. Owner, Shara Milo Enterprises of South Florida, Inc. This case has a total lien value of $12,800 and city direct cost of $406.95, and the city is requesting $6,400. This was a citation and no appeal was received.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Andrew Shine with Lockery and Chakas. I have a couple of questions on how this case proceeded, if you don't mind me asking staff.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Well, what I can tell you is it was a citation case in which no appeal was filed. Is that correct?
Yes, give me 1 second to get the file.
Okay, and I'll do a little preface. The city on their website has a very handy flow chart for how vacation rental cases proceed. And it starts with the inspector giving 10 days to apply for a vacation rental registration. To apply for it, And then if they do apply within that time period, the case remains open, and then once it's complied, it's closed out and is complied. That's if the owner responds. If the owner doesn't respond, it gets scheduled for a special magistrate hearing, and then we go through this process.
Okay, so let me assist
Yes.
with that part. So that was a prior process. For about 2, maybe 3 years now, the city has been specifically using citations only to address vacation rentals, which of course is simply removing the listing or completing the process within 15 days. We've had property owners complete the process in 48 hours. So that's the process. It's on the citation violation. It basically states to remove the listing or receive your certification.
Understood, understood. The flow chart I just mentioned is still very active on the city's website, even when the city switched over to the new website a couple weeks
It's
ago.
for the inspection reports, and it's not for vacation rental specifically. It's for how violations were handled.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. In this case, Your Honor, they were cited on May 18th and immediately applied for an application. We got our first comments on the application less than a week after that. They had to go through a process. They had to obtain a county business tax license and then come to the city to obtain a business tax license. And in the regular due course of business, I mean, barring miracles, 48 hours is quite impressive, but that's not really possible under 5 days, especially to go through the county process. In this case, they did everything.
The thing is you
Yes.
can apply the case by just taking the ad down.
Sort of. They did stop renting it out to new people. Under Airbnb's procedures, you can't just cancel existing reservations. You're opening up yourself to much more fines than $12,800 if you do that. So they stopped accepting any new tenants there. They were not continuing to lease out.
Is the ad still posted? That's the problem.
To my knowledge, I haven't seen that the ad was still posted. If staff has that, I'd like to see it, but
What I read in the file was that they did remove it.
Right.
For whatever reason, it was only suspended and then put back up 2 weeks later or something is what I read in the file, but.
I haven't seen that, but
All right, so go ahead.
in this case, they went through the process to do the vacation rental. They did not lease it out or rent it out to any new people. They went through the process. Sometimes there were delays on staff side in scheduling inspections. Sometimes some delays were on ours when we had to go through the county process, which is outside of the city's realm. So they were going through the process and doing everything that they could do to bring this into compliance and get their vacation rental registration as quick as possible. So as for the reason for the delays in bringing it into compliance, it's just that is the process. It can't be done in 5 days. And they did everything that they could.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, if I could, just, and for purposes of the record, Rana Montoya Hassan with the City Attorney's Office. As Your Honor knows, the code is very clear that lien reduction hearings are not an opportunity to rehear the case, particularly, I would say, in these type of situations where the property owner did not timely appeal, and didn't read the clear language on the citation front or back. Again, I would just be supportive of the city's request for the reduction in light of the fact that this is not a forum to rehear the case.
Okay. All right. I will reduce the fine to $4,200 with 90 days to pay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry, Your Honor. Our next cases are on page 5. And that respondent is virtual, so I will wait until he comes into the hearing room before I start, so that he hears everything. Or maybe not. Good afternoon, Joseph. Can you please unmute yourself and start your video? Good afternoon. Can you please raise your right hand? Do you swear and affirm to speak the truth at today's proceedings?
I do.
Our first case is on page, two cases on page 5. The first case is CE 210505119. I'm sorry. On the wrong page. Okay, I'm sorry. I was on the wrong page. It is on page 2. Case number CE 08101048. Case address 1413 Southwest 24th Court. Owner Parade Apartments, Inc. This case has a total lien value of $292,000 and city direct cost of $646.87, and the city is requesting $58,400. Also on page 2, case number CE 08101049, case address 1433 Southwest 24th Court. Owner Parade Apartments, Inc. This case has a total lien value of $292,000 and city direct cost of $232.34, and the city is requesting $58,400.
Okay, sir. What would you like to tell me about the lien reduction?
As stated in our response in the lien mitigation, this property was and has always been, to my knowledge, from what the owners expressed here, is that they've never had any issues other than this issue with this property. This was actually not even an issue brought about by their own doing. In the middle of the financial meltdown of the markets back when this was initially issued, the city went ahead and installed sewers, and they gave the notice that the property had to be connected to the sewer system within a certain period of time. This property owner was experiencing severe financial hardship during this time. He had negative income for multiple years, lost properties to foreclosures, had to sell off properties at losses just to sustain himself financially. In addition to owning commercial real estate rental properties, the owner is also in the real estate business. So his financial world was turned upside down. He was financially without the means and the ability to make these costly upgrades to the property to connect to the sewer system. It took him 7 to 10 years to have tax returns where he showed positive income. He held on for as long as he can to keep his life together during this difficult situation that not only impacted him, impacted the entire country. And upon him finally having the financial means to make these repairs that cost upwards of $50,000 or so, he finally did it. He acknowledges that it took him quite some time, but these were extenuating circumstances in the history of this country beyond his control. And he's asking the court to take into consideration that he's been a good property owner without any violations other than this issue the entire time that he's owned this property. He's owned it for quite a long time. He's owned other properties in Broward County. And as I said, he had to sacrifice some of those to keep himself afloat. He was without the means to even refinance the properties because not only did he not have income, the properties were not qualified for loans at the time from any financial institution because tenants and the rent rolls weren't justifying that. The values of the property were below what they were, so there wasn't enough equity to even take money out of the property to find alternate sources to finance these repairs that were thrown at his feet in the middle of a financial crisis.
Okay, and that was a long time ago, though. This property was out of compliance for 2,920 days. For total,
it actually, I don't mean to cut you off. It was brought into compliance quite a long time before, and this property owner just never notified the city, but the proof was submitted that it was brought into compliance quite some time ago. They just never reported to the city and stopped the clock. But the documentation that showed that it was brought into compliance shows that it was well before the request to mitigate the liens or even to stop the fines from continuing to accrue, because those repairs that were made were done with permits, and it's documented that it was done quite some time ago. But it was quite some time from the time the property was initially cited until the individual actually had the means financially to do so.
Okay. I will reduce the fines to 28,000 with 90 days to pay.
That's a combined 28,000 for both properties.
Yes,
And how many days to pay, Your Honor?
90.
90 days. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Our next case is on page 3, case number CE21050360, case address 2000 Northwest 13th Avenue, owner Robert Brown. This case has a total lien value of $214,900 and city direct cost of $1,042.14, and the city is requesting $42,980.
Okay. Please state your name for the record.
Robert Brown.
Okay.
For the record, actually, I haven't owned that property since 2010. It's been well over 10 years.
Okay.
And I've been unaware of fines accruing on this for the entire duration of that. I vacated the property in June of 2008 under the threat of foreclosure because as a realtor at that time, I'd lost all my income. And even though I attended a hearing prior to any fines being assessed, the city attorney stopped me from presenting my case at that time because the code compliance officer wasn't in attendance at the meeting that I was given the date and time to attend to present my case. And in the meantime, the bank proceeded with foreclosure against me, and it became financially impossible for me to even hire a new electrician. The electrician on the job walked off. He was paid entirely for the job. The job was nearly complete, and he didn't close out the permit. That started this snowball effect that caused me great financial harm. And I vacated the property prior to any notice that fines were being levied, and the bank was in the process of taking it back. I don't know why it took them 2 years to foreclose on it, because I wasn't stopping them. And I plead with you now that, you know, this was a total surprise to me just recently that there was any monies owed. You know, after my financial hardships in the year 2015, I hired a local bankruptcy attorney that scoured all my financial records and all of my debts, and all of them were absolved through the court in my bankruptcy in 2016. So this was a complete shock to me that I owe anything, let alone that this is even continuing. And there have been several owners of this property since I was an owner. And I've talked with several individuals, 3 attorneys, to see if they could help me, and they've never even heard of such a thing as the liens following a person and not the property. I've talked with several realtors. They've never been aware that this sort of thing can follow a person. And so, you know, I am shocked. And so I did a little bit of research, and under Florida statute 55.10, I'll just skim down to this one portion that I feel may be applicable here. It says if the certified copy is first recorded in accordance with this subsection on or after July 1st, 1994, then the judgment, order, or decree shall be a lien in that county for an initial period of 10 years from the date of the recording. And we are well past the 10-year period. So it would appear that we may be past the date for any collection on this anyway.
Let me hear from the city attorney about why this is against him and not the property owner.
Of course, Your Honor, and most realtors that we deal with do understand why it would still be against his person. So the initial violation was against this gentleman. The property was in foreclosure, a certificate of title was issued. That would have wiped out the lien. And in recognition of that, the city did issue in the past an administrative partial release of lien, releasing the property because through operation of law in a foreclosure, it releases the lien. No foreclosure proceedings release the fines, the underlying fines as to that property owner. So any subsequent purchaser, which as he mentioned, it's flipped, looks like 3 times, their title in essence is free and clear due to the foreclosure. The fines remain against, not a lien, the fines remain against Mr. Brown. And as Your Honor knows, we have seen that commonly throughout our lien reduction process. I would just add that code enforcement liens last 20 years and not 10. So that's, and obviously he's here to clear up the fines against him. Those fines would be collectible either through an NREM proceeding or collection agency or anything like that. The lien itself has been released from the property through operation of law, confirmed by the city's administrative partial release.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, under the circumstances and the hardship and the foreclosure, I'm going to reduce this lien to $2,000 with 90 days to pay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Our next case is on page 5, cases. Case number CE 21050519, case address 2801 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner NSA Realty of Florida LLC. This case has a total lien value of $2,000 and city direct cost of $380.40, and the city is requesting $1,000. This was a citation and no appeal was received. Also on page 5, case number CE 21050522, case address 2811 Southwest 9th Avenue, owner NSA Realty of Florida LLC. This case has a total lien value of $3,200 and city direct cost of $380.40, and the city is requesting $1,600. This was a citation and no appeal was received.
Okay, sir, please state your name.
Shlomo Nachmias.
Okay, and what do you want to tell me about what happened here?
We did add an Airbnb. We did comply over and above where the fines are. We have 5 properties. We completed 3 of them, and 2 of them in the middle, our electrician got sick. He was in the hospital. We have a letter from him confirming that. We spent over $5,000 to do over and above what the city asked us to do. And that's all I want to say.
Okay, are you the owner? I read in the file that the owner is still recovering from COVID.
I did have COVID. One of the first COVID patients.
Oh, okay, well, I'm glad to see you're alive and well, sir.
And my son too.
Okay, all right. And,
They didn't know that it was COVID at that time.
yeah, what's your financial circumstances now? I understand you're on a fixed income.
Well, I'm retired, and that's the business that we built for my son. And we're okay. We're okay, thank goodness.
Okay.
The city is doing a magnificent job with all the inspections, and we appreciate it, and we comply, and we do whatever needs to do to be with the law.
Okay, all right.
I have also the receipts for all the expenses
Okay.
that we
all
had.
right.
You got it? No, Monique got it, yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to reduce the lien to $1,200 with 60 days to pay. For both.
Thank you very much.
Happy holidays, sir.
Thank you.
Stay
You
well.
too. Thanks.
Our next case is on page 7, case number CE21071008, case address 6750 Northeast 21st Road, numbers 109. Owner, Helman Jesus Valencia Lopez and Maria Pena. This case has a total lien value of $14,000 and city direct cost of $362.01. The city is requesting $7,000.
Okay, please state your name for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Monica Valencia.
Can you talk into the microphone, please?
My name is Monica Valencia.
Okay, all right. And are you the property owner?
I have the power of attorney. They are my elderly parents.
Okay. All right, yes, I read that the property owner is 90 years old.
Yes.
Okay, tell me what happened here.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss why I'm requesting a lien reduction on the condo owned by my elderly parents since 2004. As you may know from the documents previously submitted, we leased this unit in June 2021 to someone who turned out to run it as an Airbnb without our knowledge or permission according to the condo rules or to the lease. Once our condo association notified us, I immediately took action on behalf of my parents to get him to take down the posting, and also contacted Airbnb myself. I sent evidence that he was a tenant without authorization, but Airbnb didn't remove the ad. I hired a lawyer to evict him and ended up having to pay for attorney's fees to obtain an eviction order, which isn't part of the record. Tenant was hostile and he threatened us as to raise hell if we pursued an eviction against him. We also incurred in expenses with a locksmith company to enter our property, as well as expenses for all the damage to our unit once we finally got him out. My condo association has been sympathetic to us in not finding us for his violation, since it was not us who did this, and we have been long-time owners in good standing of the association. This has been a huge financial and emotional burden for my family, even before considering this lien reduction. I financially support my parents and 3 young children on my federal government employee salary, and cannot imagine how I would even pay for the action of some random tenant who has caused so much hardship to my family with this. Due to condo association rules, we can only rent our condo once in a 12-month period, so my parents won't be able to rent it until June 2022. Therefore, monthly mortgage and condo fees, because we have mortgage on that property, had to be covered by me and their pension, which is their only income. I understand the city incurs costs in dealing with these issues, but I cannot afford more than the administrative costs. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, I am going to reduce this to administrative cost of $362, and good luck to you and your parents.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, 60 days to pay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
This concludes the special magistrate lien reduction hearing for December 9th, 2021.